Chapter 1776. In a pitch-black sinner cave, there were continuous roars, like the roars of a group of beasts. A sword light lit up with a slight hum. The sword light shone in the darkness, and a face was faintly discernible. The agile sword light was incomparably sharp, and wherever it passed, sinners were killed. These sinners were all dark iron sinners and were not considered strong. The agile sword light flickered, and after a few minutes it quieted down. The dark iron sinners were all killed. It's been almost 3 years. I wonder how they are doing? And Chumu, how strong is he now? A voice that seemed to be talking to itself sounded, and then fell silent again. Blood Slaughter City, Long Yunkong's manor. The Waning Moon Sword Saint and the Rock Sword Saint were practicing sword techniques. It had been a few months since they became Chumu's guards. They basically stayed in the manor and rarely went out. Every day, he would cultivate and practice his swordsmanship. Just like that, the days passed one after another. This was quite peaceful, and he was not disturbed at all. However, when they saw Chumu practicing sword techniques, they didn't see anything at first, and felt that it was very ordinary. After watching a few more times, they realized that it was extremely profound, and was far beyond their current level. They were bold enough to ask for advice, and in the end, they couldn't even last a few moves under Chumu's sword. Since they swore on their swordsmanship as his guards, Chumu was also willing to teach them sword techniques. Therefore, after a few months, the Waning Moon Sword Saint and the Rock Sword Saint both felt that they had a new understanding of sword techniques. Some areas that they didn't understand and some mistakes in the past were all cleared up, and they were all corrected. The two felt that the power of their sword techniques had increased by at least 20 to 30%, which also meant that their strength had increased. At their level, it was very difficult to increase their strength unless they obtained more powerful sword techniques or broke through their current cultivation level and reached the Aeon 9 heavens. However, although the two of them were famous in Bloodbath City and even in the entire land of exile, they were still free sword cultivators, the kind that did not belong to any sect. To be able to come this far, other than having some talent, it was also due to the inheritance he had received and his own hard work, as well as the accumulation of walking on the edge of life and death again and again. At this point in time, the pinnacle of the 8-star saint level was almost their limit. It was extremely difficult for them to break through to the 9-star saint level. It was close to impossible. One had to know that the two of them had been stuck at the pinnacle of the 8-star saint tier for 30 to 40 years without any opportunity to break through. Since they were unable to make a breakthrough, they could only try their best to improve their strength in other ways. However, over the past few decades, they had already tried their best to improve whatever they could. They felt that they had reached their limits. Therefore, they wanted to obtain a place to enter the Black God's secret land and improve their cultivation strength once again. However, it was a pity that they did not succeed in the end. They even sacrificed themselves and became someone else's guard. However, they were more than willing to do so now. After all, under Chumu's guidance, their sword techniques had improved. One had to know that their sword techniques had been stuck at a bottleneck for decades and had not improved at all. They had thought that they had reached their limits. They did not expect that they could continue to improve. This feeling was really good. Moreover, they could also see that even if their sword techniques had improved, they could not be compared to Chumu's. This meant that their sword techniques still had a lot of room for improvement. However, no matter how much room for improvement there was, they still needed corresponding guidance. Otherwise, look at themselves, they had not improved at all after decades of cultivation. Of course, as guards, they did not dare to constantly seek guidance from Chumu. Therefore, the two of them sparred frequently to find out their shortcomings and improve on them. After being captured and used to threaten Chumu, Linbiruo cultivated even harder after returning. Therefore, in the past few months, Linbiruo had completely mastered the first of the last 3 moves of the Green Water Sky sword technique and grasped its essence. She was also very familiar with the second move and was only a hair's breadth away from grasping its essence. As for the third move, which was the most mysterious and powerful move, it was already in its embryonic form. As for Chu Mu, because he had the dragon-devouring jade pendant, he did not need to spend time cultivating the divine wilderness sword essence. He used the nearly 4 hours to comprehend the sword universe, and so on. With ample time, Chu Mu's comprehension was naturally more effective. He realized that ever since he comprehended the true meaning of the sword, not only did he have a deeper understanding of the top sword moves that he had cultivated in the past, the few sword moves that he had created were also more perfect. Even his comprehension of the sword universe was much smoother than before. Chu Mu was very glad that he had come to the land of exile and comprehended the true meaning of the sword from the Black God Greatsword. Otherwise, if he had stayed in the deep blue world, he did not know how many years it would take for him to comprehend the true meaning of the sword. As the saying goes, one step ahead, one step ahead. The earlier one comprehended, the earlier the harvest. To a genius, the difference between a year earlier and a year later was not small. Originally, Chu Mu had comprehended various sword techniques from the true God Sword Sect's forest of 10,000 sword steels. He still had 7 or 8 top sword moves that he had yet to cultivate. After comprehending the true meaning of the sword, those sword shadows were all integrated into the central sword shadow, and the sword moves were also integrated into it. When Chu Mu comprehended the true meaning of the sword, he directly comprehended the remaining sword shadow. In terms of cultivation, due to the dragon-devouring jade, Chu Mu's cultivation had also increased. However, he was still at the mid-stage of the 6th firmament of the Wangu realm, but he was closer to the late stage. After a few months, the overall harvest was not bad. Today, when everyone was practicing their sword techniques, a stranger came to the manor. This person was clad in silver-white armor, and the aura that he emitted made it clear that he was an 8-star martial saint. "Is Chu Mu here?" The newcomer stopped in front of the manor and asked in a deep voice that sounded like thunder. Lin Biruo stopped practicing her sword techniques and quickly came to the manor's entrance. The Waning Moon Sword Saint and the Rock Sword Saint also stopped practicing and hurried over. "Why are you looking for my young master?" Lin Biruo asked fearlessly when she saw the 8-star martial saint clad in silver-white armor. The Waning Moon Sword Saint and the Rock Sword Saint stood behind Lin Biruo and looked at the silver-white armor expert. It was easy to recognize that the silver-white armor belonged to the Silver Manor. "Please pass this invitation to Chu Mu." The 8-star martial saint took out a palm-sized invitation and passed it to Lin Biruo. After Lin Biruo received the invitation, the Silver Manor's 8-star martial saint turned around and left. "Young master, this is the invitation from the Silver Manor's guards." Lin Biruo passed the invitation to Chu Mu. The invitation was palm-sized and silver-white in color. It had a strong metallic texture. When Chu Mu received the invitation, he immediately knew that it was made of silver-white stone. When he opened the invitation, a shocking sword intent shot out and targeted Chu Mu. The eternal sword will was unleashed, clashing with the sword will and defeating it. After the sword essence was defeated, words began to appear on the post. They were the same silver-white words, but they were extremely clear. They protruded from the surface of the invitation as if they were about to fly out. Every word seemed to be formed by countless sharp swords, exuding a shocking sharpness and coldness. Peerless sword edge, contending for the world. Chu Mu's eyes seemed to be dyed with a layer of silver-white. His pitch-black pupils seemed to have turned into the shape of a sword. The shocking sharpness and coldness made the Waning Moon Sword Saint and the other martial saint shiver. "The 3 years agreement is coming. Please be on time at the Dragon's Head Mountain." There was only one short sentence on the invitation, and it was signed off by the name of Bai Chen. Bai Chen! Chu Mu's lips curved into a faint smile. It had been almost 3 years since Bai Qin had declared that he would fight Yi Fuqian in 3 years. Counting the time, it had been 3 years since Huang Xiaolong had entered the land of exile. His cultivation had risen from the early 4th heavenly stage to the mid-6th heavenly stage. It could be considered a huge leap. As for his strength, Chu Mu was certain that he was a 9-star martial saint. However, he wasn't sure if he could contend against a mid-level 9-star martial saint. However, I'll find out in this battle. Chu Mu thought to himself. He couldn't help but feel excited. Without a doubt, Bai Chun would be a strong opponent. He was one of the 6 stars in the land of exile, an immemorial monstrous genius, the young master of the Silver Palace, and possessed the inheritance of a peerless expert. All these factors contributed to his strength. When he was at the early 7th heavenly stage, he could contend against a low-level 9-star martial saint. A year ago, Bai Chen's cultivation had reached the mid-6th heavenly stage. His strength was definitely close to that of a mid-level 9-star martial saint. Now that Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had increased, Bai Chen wouldn't have stayed the same. He would definitely be stronger than he was a year ago. I wonder how Gu Wankong and the other 2 are doing. Chu Mu thought about Gu Wankong, Yang Zhantian, and Lian Hongyan. It had been 3 years since Huang Xiaolong entered the land of exile. He had gained a lot. The 3 of them were protected by the luck of the heavenly blue list. Even if they encountered any danger, they would be able to survive. Moreover, their strength should have increased by a lot. One should know that the 3 of them could be considered as immemorial monstrous geniuses. There are still 26 years left. When the time comes, you guys better not disappoint me. Chu Mu thought to himself. This was the agreement that they had made. When they returned to the deep blue world in 30 years, they had to have the strength to contend against or even defeat a peerless expert. Putting away his thoughts, Chu Mu looked at the 3 of them and said, "Let's go to Dragon Head Mountain." "Yes, young master." Then the 4 of them left the manor and quickly headed out of Bloodbath City. When they arrived outside Bloodbath City, Chu Mu took out a yellow flying shuttle. Bai Ruo drove it, and Chu Mu and the other 2 boarded it. After it started, they quickly headed towards Dragon Head Mountain. In the outside world, there was a rumor that one of the 6 stars, the Silver Sword Star, would fight with Chu Mu on Dragon Head Mountain. Chapter 1777. Dragon Head Mountain was a very strange mountain. It was 999 zhang tall, and its whole body was dark bronze. The whole mountain was made of bronze ores, which was why it was also called Copperhead Mountain. Dragon Head was the symbol of the leader of dragons in ancient times. In ancient times, there were 2 world-famous experts who agreed to fight on Dragon Head Mountain. Since then, Dragon Head Mountain had become famous. Sword saints who were not weak or famous would often choose Dragon Head Mountain as the place for the battle. Now, one of the 6 major stars, the Silver Sword Star, had agreed to fight Chu Mu, a genius who had been in the limelight in recent years. The location of the battle was Dragon Head Mountain, which was widely known. Bai Chen and Chu Mu had not arrived yet, but many people had already gathered at the foot of Dragon Head Mountain. These people were all relatively close to Mount Long's Ho. Naturally, they had rushed here to watch the battle. The battle between the 2 geniuses was not to be missed. In the distance, there were still people coming. A flying shuttle quickly approached and stopped. The door opened and a person walked out. He was dressed in black and his face was cold. His eyes were dark and his long hair was loose. He walked over empty-handed, and there was a cold aura around him. It's Zhou Jianming. Zhou Jianming, the genius of the first array, who is ranked in the top 3, has also been attracted. This is a duel between the Silver Sword Star, one of the 6 great stars. Even if his opponent is not as good as him, with the reputation of the Silver Sword Star, perhaps even the other great stars will come, let alone the genius of the first array. It's said that Zhou Jianming wants to become the 7th star. The 7th star! It's difficult, too difficult. Since ancient times, Which genius didn't want to become the seventh star? Unfortunately, no one succeeded. Not only Zhou Jianming, but people like Yu Kang and Ji Ying also want to become the seventh star. Hey, who's here? Everyone looked over and saw people walking out of other flying shuttles. They were the so-called geniuses of the first array, Yu Kang, Ji Ying, and the others. In the land of exile, the top geniuses from the 6 major planets were represented. There were 30 geniuses from the first array, 100 geniuses from the second array, and 500 geniuses from the third array. It sounded like a lot, but there were hundreds of millions of cultivators in the land of the exiles. Only a little more than 1,000 of them could be listed as famous geniuses. The ratio was very small. Of course, this didn't mean that there were only this group of geniuses. There were still quite a few who weren't ranked because of various reasons. At this time, a 100-meter-long black shuttle whizzed over at an astonishing speed and stopped at the foot of Longsho Mountain, blowing up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, 9 figures walked out of the black shuttle. The one in the lead was a young man in a black robe. This young man's black robe was different from Zhou Jianming's black robe. It looked more exquisite, and the color was deeper and purer. Zhao Wuji. When Zhou Jianming saw the young man, his pupils shrank and he shouted in a low voice, "So it's Zhou Jianming." The young man in the black robe smiled with a sense of superiority. "We haven't seen each other for half a year. Has your strength improved?" Zhou Jianming's face darkened as if his weakness had been poked. "Whether or not I have improved, we'll know once we try." "Haha, half a year ago, you weren't my opponent. Now, the gap between us will only be bigger." Zhao Wuji laughed. When the crowd heard this, there was an uproar. Zhou Jianming, who was ranked 3rd in the first array, was defeated by this person? It should be known that it was often difficult to determine the ranking of the top geniuses because their strength was about the same. Therefore, when people described Zhou Jianming, they would say that he was in the top 3 and not 3rd, 2nd, or 1st. Who is Zhao Wuji? I don't know. I've never heard of this name. Looking at this scene, he must have a strong background. Then let's try. As a genius, Zhou Jianming was proud and unyielding. He wouldn't be dispirited, afraid, or cower just because he lost once. On the contrary, after he lost half a year ago, he cultivated even harder. After half a year, his strength had actually improved. The smile on Zhao Wuji's face froze, and a cold light flashed through his eyes as he stared at Zhou Jianming. Zhou Jianming looked back at him without fear. Yu Kang and Ji Ying stood not far away, their expressions somewhat solemn. They were very clear about who Zhou Jianming was. He was a genius ranked 3rd in the first array. It could be said that he was second only to the geniuses of the 6 major stars. They were also very clear about Zhou Jianming's strength because they had fought more than once. It was difficult to determine who was better, but now they heard that Zhou Jianming was defeated. Being defeated was nothing. There were many sword saints that were stronger than them, and most of them were older than them. But the problem was that Zhao Wuji seemed to be of the same age as them. Competing with the same generation was different from competing with the older generation. "You're not my opponent." The light in Zhao Wuji's eyes disappeared, and a smile hung on the corner of his mouth as he said casually. Immediately he turned his head and looked at the top of the Dragon Head Mountain. His eyes were blazing. "That's where I should go." Zhao Wuji did not conceal his voice in the slightest. Thus, everyone in the surroundings could hear him clearly. "Does he mean that he wants to challenge the 6 major stars?" Someone exclaimed. "He's overestimating himself. Who is it that wants to challenge me?" A loud laughter rang out. A loud and clear voice came from the other side, approaching from afar. A tall and sturdy figure rushed over at an astonishing speed. He was like a charging bull, and a powerful aura followed him. It was ferocious and domineering, as if it was a war between 1,000 soldiers and 100 soldiers. The appearance of this person caused everyone to reveal a shocked expression. Tu Qianjun. The blood, slaughtering, sword star has appeared. Heavens, I actually saw the true body of one of the 6 major stars. To some cultivators, the 6 major stars were just a name, a legend. Perhaps they had only heard of legends in their lives, but had never seen the true body. For most of the people present, it was their first time seeing the 6 major stars. Therefore, this was also why when the news of Bai Chan challenging Chumu spread, many people didn't even think before rushing over. They were afraid they would be too late. To them, whether Chumu was Bai Chen's opponent was unknown. However, it was likely that Chumu wasn't Bai Chen's opponent. The main reason they came here was to see Bai Chen's true body. Seeing a silver sword star attack at a close distance would be something to brag about in the future. They thought that the other 5 major stars might send people here, but the possibility was low. Unexpectedly, someone really came. Tu Qianjun, the young master of blood-slaughtering city, one of the 6 major stars, the blood-slaughtering sword star. You or you. The moment Tu Qianjun arrived, he glared. His might was awe-inspiring, as if 1,000 soldiers would flee. No one dared to look him in the eye. His gaze landed on Zhou Jiaming's face. Zhou Jiaming only felt an incomparably blinding sensation in his eyes, as though 2 tyrannical swords were stabbing towards him. The might contained within was astonishing, and the ferocious might towered up into the heavens. In less than 3 breaths, Zhou Jiaming shifted his gaze away, unable to continue looking at Tu Qianjun. Otherwise, his mind might be shaken. After Zhou Jiaming shifted his gaze away, he knew that he couldn't compare to Tu Qianjun. The difference was too obvious. Even if he was unwilling, he could only accept it. Tu Qianjun did not feel proud at all. His gaze shifted, passing by Yu Kang and Jiying before meeting Zhao Wuji's gaze. Zhao Wuji's eyes shone with a dense light. A speck of purple light spread out in the depths of his pupils. Interesting. Tu Qianjun grinned, and a trace of scarlet color suddenly spread out from the depths of his pupils. It seemed to turn into 2 incomparably sharp and tyrannical blood swords that slashed out. When their gazes clashed, an invisible energy surged in the air. The purple light in Zhao Wuji's eyes instantly shattered, and his expression changed greatly. His body swayed, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Your strength is not bad. Are you the one who said you wanted to challenge me? Tu Qianjun smiled. That's right. Zhao Wuji's eyes blazed, and he answered without fear. You have guts. Unfortunately, your strength is still not enough. Tu Qianjun said. Surprisingly, Zhao Wuji did not refute. When their gazes clashed, he knew that there was indeed a gap between his strength and Tu Qianjun's. Although he was not Tu Qianjun's opponent now, it didn't mean that he didn't have a chance. In the past, there were people who thought so as well. However, when they saw the strength of the 6 stars, they realized that the gap between them was difficult to bridge. In the distance, a figure was like a flowing light, almost sticking close to the ground, flying over at an extremely fast speed. That speed was shocking, faster than most flying shuttles. Almost at the instant when everyone saw that flowing light, it had already arrived from the distance, rapidly approaching. Immediately, the flowing light dispersed, and a figure wearing a gilded robe appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This person's eyes were as bright as the stars, handsome and elegant. Feng Feisha, you're slower than me. Tu Qianjun's loud voice sounded. The newcomer only glanced at him and ignored him. Feng Feisha. Feng Feisha. Flowing light sword star Feng Feisha. I saw flowing light sword star's original body. Someone was very excited. It seemed that not only could they see Silver Sword Star Bai Chen, but they also unexpectedly saw blood slaughtering Sword Star Tu Qianjun and flowing light Sword Star Feng Feisha. 7 kings, 6 stars, 5 prefectures. Flowing Light King and Mysterious King did not establish any prefectures. It was not that they did not have the strength, but they did not want to. However, there were differences between the two. Mysterious King was a loner and had always been a loner. Flowing Light King, on the other hand, not only had an heir, but also a group of experts who were loyal to him. They were made up of 9-star saint experts and were called the Flowing Light Army. There were a total of 100 of them, and they were very famous in the land of exile. Flowing Light Sword Star Fongfeisha was naturally the young master of the Flowing Light Army. Will the other stars appear as well? This sentence made everyone even more expectant. Chapter 1778. The bright yellow shuttle was 1 foot above the ground. It flew quickly and left behind a cloud of dust. Lin Biruo was driving the shuttle while Chu Mu, the Waning Moon Sword Saint, and the Rock Sword Saint sat in it. Mount Dragon Head is also known as Mount Copperhead. The entire mountain is made of bronze and has existed for many years. The Rock Sword Saint explained, "As you know, there are many spatial cracks in the sky in the land of exile. Therefore, no matter how powerful a cultivator is, he usually doesn't dare to fly in the sky for fear of encountering a spatial crack. Even a 9-star saint at the peak would be torn apart if he encountered one." Chu Mu nodded. Mount Dragon Head is a strange place. The space around Mount Dragon Head is extremely stable. There have never been any spatial cracks. Therefore, a battle on Mount Dragon Head will not be affected by the spatial cracks. Why is that? Chu Mu was curious. I don't know the details. However, it is said that the structure of Mount Dragon Head is special. It emits a special force field that stabilizes the space around it, the Rock Sword Saint said. Sir, as far as I know, Mount Dragon Head was originally thousands of feet tall. The bottom 3,000 feet was made of bronze, or the middle 3,000 feet was made of bronze. The top 3,000 feet was made of bronze, and the top 3,000 feet was made of bronze. The top 1,000 feet gradually broke away from bronze and became purer and purer. It is said that the top 100 feet has already turned into copper essence, the Waning Moon Sword Saint said. Copper essence? Chu Mu was shocked. Copper essence was the essence of copper. It was the purest essence of copper. It was extremely rare, and its value was countless times greater than that of bronze. Yes, the last 100 feet of copper essence is pure copper essence. Even a 9-star saint at the peak of the saint level would not be able to damage it at all. The hardness of pure copper essence had already surpassed that of silver stone. Unfortunately, copper essence was extremely hard. It was almost impossible to find any flame that could melt it. Therefore, it was difficult to use it to forge any swords. However, some swordsmithing grandmasters had thought of ways to obtain some copper essence powder and add it into swords to greatly increase the hardness of the swords. However, even a 9-star saint would find it difficult to damage the copper essence powder. It was naturally very difficult to use it to forge a sword. Therefore, every sword that was infused with the copper essence powder was extremely valuable. Then, why did Mount Long's Ho become 999 zhang tall? Chu Mu asked. Rumor has it that many years ago, 2 powerful cultivators invited each other to battle on Dragon's Head Mountain. That battle was extremely intense. They fought from the foot of Dragon's Head Mountain all the way to the top of Dragon's Head Mountain. In the end, they destroyed the 10 feet of pure copper essence, causing Dragon's Head Mountain, which was originally 10,000 feet tall, to shrink to 999 feet. What kind of expert? Chu Mu was shocked. Could it be the 7 kings? No, not 7 kings, but 2 bright moon sword saints. Chu Mu nodded. Pure copper essence powder could withstand the full force attacks of a 9-star saint without being damaged at all. However, the attack power of a bright moon sword saint was many times more powerful than a normal 9-star saint, especially when 2 bright moon sword saints were fighting at full force. It wasn't strange that the 10 feet of pure copper essence powder was destroyed in the end. Rumor has it that some of the most powerful swords in the world were forged by fusing the copper powder that was shattered. However, after so many years, no one knows where those powerful swords have gone. the rock sword saint said with a hint of yearning in his voice. Although those swords weren't spiritual swords, they were much harder and sharper than normal spiritual swords. The bright yellow flying shuttle stopped a few thousand meters away from Dragon's Head Mountain. It wasn't that it didn't want to go any closer, but it couldn't. There were many people at the foot of Dragon's Head Mountain. When Chu-Mu and the other 3 walked down from the flying shuttle, they were a little surprised by the scene in front of them. This wasn't the barren Dragon's Head Mountain. It was clearly a market. It couldn't be helped. More and more people came after hearing the news, but the main characters weren't here yet. In this situation, people started to set up stalls here. On one hand, it was to kill time, and on the other hand, it was to see if they could sell something and earn some sinners' hearts. Since the first stall was set up, there would be a second, a third, and so on. As more and more stalls were set up, the market gradually took shape. However, the people who set up stalls were mostly those who were weaker. For example, some mid-level saint-level saints, a few 7-star saint-level saints, and a few 8-star saint-level saints. Why aren't they here yet? Could it be that they are too scared to come? That's right, all 6 stars have arrived. That Chu-Mu's arrogance is truly enormous. Maybe they are really too scared to come. It doesn't matter if they don't dare to come. After all, their opponent is the Silver Sword Star. Anyway, I have already seen the original bodies of the 6 stars. This trip was worth it. With Lin Biruo, the Waning Moon Sword Saint, and the Rock Sword Saint, Chu-Mu walked through the crowd and strode towards Dragon's Head Mountain. Suddenly, a gaze seemed to travel through time and space and landed on Chu-Mu's face. "You are finally here." The owner of the gaze spoke. His voice was indifferent, but it shocked countless people. The person who spoke was one of the 6 stars, the Silver Sword Star, one of the main characters this time. Who was it that could make him speak like this? The other main character this time, Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu is here. Where is he? Let me see. That's him. He looks very ordinary. He can't be compared to my Silver Sword Star at all. A female cultivator curled her lips. Indeed, in terms of appearance, Chu-Mu was not as good as Bai Qin. However, the cultivation world was not a place where appearance was important. Without strength, no matter how good-looking one was, it would only bring disaster. Ignoring the pointing and whispering of others, Chu-Mu strode forward and met Bai Chen's gaze without fear. At this moment, the 6 stars were all standing at the waist of Dragon's Head Mountain, 100 feet above the ground. They looked down from above and saw everything clearly. When Chu-Mu appeared, they had already noticed him. However, they did not know that he was one of the main characters this time, so they did not pay attention to him. However, after hearing Bai Chen's words, they immediately reacted. Their gazes landed on Chu-Mu's face again. The light was so bright that it was as if it wanted to see through Chu-Mu. Being stared at by 6 stars at the same time, the invisible pressure could be imagined. Even Chu-Mu could clearly feel it. As for the 3 people walking behind Chu-Mu, when they were slightly affected, they immediately felt the pressure greatly increase. It was as if they were being penetrated and seen through. Cold sweat appeared on their foreheads, and they were simply unable to continue walking forward. Under the gaze of the 6 stars, Chu-Mu's steps were steady and his speed did not change at all. Step by step, he walked up Dragon's Head Mountain. When Chu-Mu truly stepped into the range of Dragon's Head Mountain, he immediately felt a strange aura covering his entire body. It was as if his body had become slightly heavier. As he walked up step by step, Chu-Mu could feel the strange aura become denser and denser. Under the influence of the aura, his body also became heavier and heavier. However, this kind of heaviness did not affect Chu-Mu at all. Even an ordinary middle-level saint could completely resist this aura and not be affected. Chu-Mu's perception was many times sharper than ordinary cultivators. He could clearly feel the change in the aura. He could feel that the surrounding space had become even more stable due to the influence of this aura. This is the special force field of Dragon's Head Mountain, right? Chu-Mu thought to himself. With this kind of increase, how powerful would it be at the peak of 990 feet? How exhilarating would it be to fight a powerful, monstrous genius in such an environment? As he thought of this, Chu Mu's blood seemed to boil. The pressure of the 6 stars' gazes did not make him cower. Instead, he walked even more resolutely. As for Chu Mu, he also glanced at the 6 stars and sized them up. Besides Bai Qin, this was the first time he had seen the other 5 stars. However, Chu Mu had already heard of their appearances, so he could recognize them at a glance. The tall and strong man with a pair of tiger eyes looked fierce and domineering. He was the blood-slaughtering sword star Tu Qianjun, the young master of the blood-slaughtering hall. Chu Mu could see that this person's saint body was very strong and contained tyrannical power. Perhaps the level of his saint body was even higher than his own. His cultivation was at the initial level of the 7th layer of the Aeon, which seemed to be the lowest among the 6 stars. However, his saint body was the strongest, and his strength was also extremely tyrannical. The person in black robes with a sinister smile on his face and dark eyes exuded an evil aura. He was the young master of the Black Demon Hall, the Black Demon Sword Star, Heiju. He was wearing a purple robe with golden dragon patterns on it. His face was sharp, and he looked extremely masculine. He didn't look as strong as Tu Qianjun, but he gave off a vigorous feeling. He was the young master of the dragon-slaying hall, the dragon-slaying sword star Long Sha. He was wearing a tight green robe that was covered with a thin layer of gauze, revealing his curvaceous body. His face was also covered with a green veil covering his face. His eyes were extremely special. There seemed to be a layer of green light covering his pupils. This person was a female, the young master of the Green Fiend Hall, the Green Fiend Sword Star Yan Qingya. Yan Qingya was the only female among the 6 stars. In fact, the Green Fiend King was also a female. Since ancient times, the Green Fiend King had always been a female. The last one was dressed in a long golden robe. His eyes were as bright as the stars, and his figure was slightly thin. At first glance, he gave off a very lively feeling. He stood there, but he seemed a little ethereal. He was the young master of the Flowing Light Army, the successor of the Flowing Light King, Flowing Light Sword Star Fengfeisha. The 6 stars were different from each other, but they had one thing in common. They were extremely eye-catching and outstanding. When they were in the middle of a crowd, they would immediately become the center of attention. They were like stars emitting light and heat. The resplendent light was extremely dazzling, and one could see them when they raised their heads. The crowd quieted down, and countless spectators shut their mouths, staring at the 6 stars with blazing eyes, staring at Chu Mu. Just by looking at how Chu Mu walked towards the 6 stars, they knew that this person was extraordinary. Chapter 1779. Step by step, Chu Mu walked up. Everyone's eyes were on Chu Mu. At this moment, he was the center of attention. Very quickly, Chu Mu reached a height of 100 zhang. He was at the same level as the 6 stars. Everyone's eyes followed Chu Mu's body as he moved up. There seemed to be a tension-inducing factor floating in the air, causing people to feel stifled even when they breathed. In the distance, a group of 9 star martial saints were also watching. They belonged to the older generation, and they had come to watch the battle. Although Chu Mu's cultivation is weaker than Bai Qin, his aura is not intimidating at all. He's indeed a monstrous genius. His talent is probably not inferior to the 6 stars. It's a pity that he's still too weak. He's only at the middle stage of the 6th sky of Wangu. He can't be compared to the middle stage of the 7th sky of Wangu. The group of 9 star martial saints discussed. Chu Mu, I'll wait for you at the peak. When Chu Mu was at the same level as the 6 stars, Bai Chun spoke again. His indifferent voice entered everyone's ears. Right after Bai Chun spoke, he turned into a silver-white beam of light and flew to the summit at a shocking speed. Let's see if you're faster than me. Chu Mu smiled faintly. The moment Bai Chun moved, he also moved. With a swoosh, Lin Fan's body turned into a sword. He tore the sky apart and flew up at a shocking speed. His speed was actually not inferior to Bai Chen's. So fast! How can Chumu be so fast? He did not need to worry about the spatial cracks and could unleash his true speed. I'm going to play too. Tu Qianjun chuckled. He raised his foot and stomped down heavily. With a bang, there was an astonishing fluctuation of momentum. It was as if there were layers of ripples spreading out from under his feet. An incomparably tyrannical force erupted, propelling Tu Qianjuan's body. In an instant, it was as if he had transformed into an arrow shot from a giant crossbow. He took the lead at an astonishing speed, almost sticking close to the body of Dragon Head Mountain as he rapidly ascended. Just a little bit more, and he would have been able to catch up to Chu Mu and Bai Chen. The moment Tu Qianjun moved, Long Shi didn't say a word. He took a step forward, and his body moved like a flood dragon. Hey! Ju chuckled, and a black stream of light rolled up like a black tornado. Feng Feisha didn't move at all, and he directly turned into a golden stream of light. Yan Qingya's body was in a trance, and she turned into a green smoke. She was blown up by the wind and floated up. The 6 great stars each used their own unique moves. Among the 7 kings, their strength was about the same. However, when it came to what they were good at, they were all different. If one were to talk about the strength of a saint body, then it would be the Blood Slaughter Manor's Manor Lord, Blood Slaughter King. And in terms of speed, it would be the Flowing Light King. As the inheritor of the 7 kings, the fastest of the 6 stars was the Flowing Light Sword Star, Feng Feisha. Therefore, in less than 2 breaths, Feng Feisha surpassed the other 4 stars and chased after Chu Mu and Bai Chen. Tu Qianjuan's speed was supported by his tyrannical strength and lacked flexibility. Therefore, he gradually fell behind. The other 3 were about the same. Feng Feisha quickly closed in on Chu Mu and Bai Chen. Among the 7 kings, in terms of absolute speed, the second was the Silver King. Therefore, Bai Chen had also inherited it. Sensing the other stars chasing after him, and also feeling the threat of Chu Mu's speed, Bai Chen increased his speed by 30%. With an even more astonishing speed, he quickly flew up. When Bai Chen increased his speed, Chu Mu also increased his speed. He could clearly feel that the higher he went, the more obvious the special force field of Dragon Head Mountain was. The stronger it was, the more obvious it stabilized the surrounding space, and the more obvious it restrained people. With every step, the energy consumed gradually increased. In terms of cultivation, Chu Mu was inferior to Bai Chen. In terms of the quality of sword origin, there was also a gap between him and Bai Chen. After all, the cultivation technique of the Silver King's inheritance, although it couldn't be compared to the divine wilderness sword art, it wasn't too far off. Furthermore, the Silver King specialized in speed, so Bai Chen's speed was naturally very fast. Hence, in order to catch up to Bai Chen, Chu Mu had to use both his sword origin and his physique at the same time. Xiao Qin, who had grasped the technique of merging vital qi, could perfectly merge his sword origin and his physique to produce the greatest effect. As his muscles vibrated, he pushed the air behind him, which in turn pushed Chu Mu forward. Very soon, Chu Mu and Bai Chen crossed the bottom 300 feet and entered the middle 300 feet. The force field immediately strengthened, and the two were affected even more clearly. The bottom 300 feet of Dragon Head Mountain was bronze ore, while the middle 300 feet was bronze Oregon bronze, or was different from bronze Oregon. It could be said that bronze ore was the product of refining bronze Oregon. It was even purer than bronze Oregon. However, even so, Chu Mu and Bai Chen quickly adjusted themselves and were not affected much. Feng Feisha followed closely behind the two. He was only a hair's breadth away from them and was quickly closing in. Feng Feisha started slightly later, but speed was his forte. In the blink of an eye, Feng Feisha caught up to Chu Mu and Bai Chen, running neck to neck. Then, Feng Feisha actually wanted to overtake the two. This time it was a duel between Bai Chen and Chu Mu, not a duel with other people. Feng Feisha's actions clearly showed that he did not put Bai Chen and Chu Mu in his eyes. However, this was not a big deal. If they were willing to give him face, then they would. If they were not willing to give him face, then there was nothing they could do. After all, they had earned it themselves. Among the 6 great stars, their strength was about the same. There had never been a clear distinction between the strong and the weak, so there was no ranking. There wasn't much friendship between the 6 of them, because they were all rivals. None of them were willing to submit to the other, and all of them wanted to suppress the other and stand above everyone else. In fact, even though the 7 kings seemed to have a good relationship now, they were also competing with each other like this in the past. No matter what aspect, they would compete to see who was better. In fact, the 7 kings were also competing with each other now. It was just that they had changed from a competition on the surface to a competition in the dark. The competition between the 6 great stars was a continuation of the competition between the 7 kings. It had been passed down from generation to generation, and the competition between them had also continued. There had never been a clear winner. After being overtaken by Feng Feisha, Bai Chen's expression did not change. He only tried his best to increase his speed and stimulate his potential. Feng Feisha's actions were completely within his expectations. Therefore, he could only stimulate his speed to catch up and surpass Feng Feisha. As for Chu Mu, he was not angry. His opponent was Bai Chen, not Feng Feisha. Therefore, even though Feng Feisha surpassed him in speed, Chu Mu did not feel unhappy. He could see that Feng Feisha was targeting Bai Chen, not him. However, when Bai Chen's speed increased again, Chu Mu's speed also increased. It could be said that Bai Chen was using all his strength, and Chu Mu was also using all his strength. After crossing the middle 300 feet, they entered the top 300 feet. The top 300 feet was made of bronze. Bronze was refined from bronze stones, and its purity was 100%. The force field increased once again. At this moment, Feng Feisha, who was the first to enter, suddenly decreased his speed by more than 30%. Bai Chen and Chu Mu, who entered after him, also decreased their speed by more than 30%. This was because the force field's restriction had become very strong. After that, the other 4 great stars entered the top 300 feet. Their speed immediately decreased by more than 30%. They can actually maintain such speed in the top 300 feet. How terrifying! The 6 great stars are worthy of being called the 6 great stars. They are the most outstanding, monstrous geniuses. It's not surprising for the 6 great stars to have this kind of performance. What surprised me more is that Chu Mu. His cultivation is the lowest, and he has not entered the high-level saint realm. However, his speed is not below Bai Chen's. Too shocking. Could he be the hidden inheritor of King Xuanmiao? A 9-star saint realm expert suddenly guessed. Immediately, everyone was stunned. King Xuanmiao's inheritor? That's possible. All this time, I have never heard of any inheritor of King Xuanmiao. Could it be that he has really hidden himself? Apart from this explanation, there is no other explanation for this person's origin. It's said that this person came from the outside world. It's most likely a rumor. With this person's talent, if he came from the outside world, why would he come here? Regarding Chu Mu's origin, when people mentioned it, there were 2 theories. One was that he was a monstrous genius from the outside world, and the other was that he was the hidden inheritor of King Xuanmiao. After a period of time, Feng Feisha was the first to enter the last 399 feet, followed by Bai Chen and Chu Mu. The last 399 feet had already started to turn into copper essence. The higher they went, the purer the copper essence. Therefore, with every 10 feet, the purer the copper essence was, the stronger the force field was, and the more obvious the restriction on them was. Feng Feisha's advantage began to weaken. The Flowing Light King was most proficient in speed, absolute speed. Feng Feisha had also inherited this. However, under the special force field of Mount Dragonhead, absolute speed was greatly suppressed. Without a strong enough body, it would be even harder to resist. The flowing Light King was never proficient in body cultivation, and neither was Feng Feisha. Bai Chen's absolute speed was not as good as Feng Feisha's. His body cultivation was not as good as Tu Qinjuan's, but it was better than Feng Feisha's. A silver-white light flowed under Bai Chen's skin, faintly discernible. It actually managed to cancel out a portion of the copper essence's force field. Therefore, the suppression was not as obvious as Feng Feisha's. Bai Chen's speed increased, gradually approaching Feng Feisha's. Chu Mu's muscles started to tremble at an even faster speed, producing waves of tyrannical energy. That energy stacked layer by layer, shaking out and attacking the void within his body. It actually managed to repel the force field to a certain extent. Under the repel, the resistance Chu Mu felt decreased significantly. His speed also increased, not falling behind Bai Chen at all as he approached Feng Feisha. Feng Feisha could feel the two behind him closing in. Naturally, he was not willing to let them catch up to him. However, he was most proficient in absolute speed. Whether it was movement technique speed or attack speed, he did not have a good method to cancel out or repel the copper essence's force field. Bai Chen and Chu Mu both caught up. Then, they overtook Feng Feisha about 10 feet below. Chapter 1780. He is still so fast, even after entering the last 99 zhang. As expected of one of the 6 stars, many people had personally experienced the mysteries of Mount Dragon Head. For ordinary 7-star saints, once they entered the first 300 feet, they would begin to feel a great restriction, not to mention the last 99 feet. It was simply difficult to move forward. Even 8-star saints would not be able to move so easily. Only 9-star saints would be able to move more smoothly. Now, the 6 stars had all entered the 99-meter mark. Although their speed was affected, they were still fast. Chu Mu, on the other hand, wasn't inferior at all. In fact, he was even chasing after Bai Chen. Bai Chen was leading for a while. Then Chu Mu was leading for a while. As for Feng Feisha, the two had already caught up to him and surpassed him by 1 zhang. Although Feng Feisha's speed was fast, he was not as good as the two in terms of resisting the external pressure. In such an environment, Feng Feisha's speed was also restricted. Who can reach the peak first? Needless to say, it will definitely be the Silver Sword Star. At this moment, Bai Chen and Chu Mu were only 10 meters away from the peak. However, the force field of these 10 meters was even stronger, and the restriction on them was even more obvious. Every step consumed even more energy. Reach the peak. This was the first battle between Chu Mu and Bai Chen. Whoever reached the peak first would be able to suppress the other in terms of aura. Feng Feisha did his best to climb up. However, although he was fast, he did not have a good method to resist the force field of Dragon Head Mountain. He could only be surpassed by the two. No matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do. Speed was not the strong point of the other 4, and they started later. They were unable to catch up to Chu Mu and Bai Chen. Bai Chen and Chu Mu were both accumulating energy as they stared at the peak. 2 zhang, 3 zhang, another 5 zhang. In an instant, Bai Chen's power exploded. A silver light flashed across his skin, and his eyes turned silver white in an instant. His speed suddenly doubled. At the same time, Chu Mu also erupted. His muscles vibrated, and the sound of a drum suddenly rang out. With a bang, a terrifying power gushed out from his body, repelling the force field and increasing his speed. The two figures instantly distanced themselves from Feng Feisha. Their feet stepped on the peak. 2 pung! Sounds rang out simultaneously. Bai Chen and Chu Mu had both reached the peak at the same time. Dragon Head Mountain was 999 zhang tall. The highest point of the mountain was an irregular circle with some potholes on its surface. It had a radius of about 10 zhang. These 10 feet were where Bai Chen and Chu Mu would fight. Since the two of them were the first to reach the peak, the others also stopped and turned to head down the mountain. No matter what, Bai Chun was the main character this time. Even if they wanted to compete, they had already done so. If they still wanted to go up, they would be stealing the limelight and would shed all pretense of cordiality. As for staying here, what a joke. Even if they were from the 6 great stars, they would still feel tired after a long time. Bai Chun and Chu Mu reached the peak. If they wanted to fight on the peak, they would first have to resist the force field of Dragon Head Mountain. That would increase their energy consumption. Fighting under such circumstances was undoubtedly even more dangerous. Chu Mu, your cultivation is not as good as mine. You can use your full strength. I will fight you with my normal strength, Bai Chun said. His voice was not as indifferent as before. There was a hint of heat in his voice. It was the kind of heat that came from meeting an opponent. Bai Chun was in the middle stage of the 7th sky of the Wangu realm, while Chu Mu was in the middle stage of the 6th sky of the Wangu realm. That was why Bai Chun said that. He believed that Chu Mu definitely had a secret technique, and he also had a secret technique. Once he used it, his strength would naturally increase. That was why he said that Chu Mu could use his full strength, while he would fight with his normal strength. Chu Mu did not reply. He opened his hands, and 2 spiritual swords jumped out of the void and into his hands. 2 spiritual swords. Bai Chun's eyes lit up. Is this person proficient in dual sword techniques? The people below Dragon Head Mountain were shocked. Dual sword techniques were harder to master than single sword techniques. If one was not careful, they could injure themselves. Even if they did not injure themselves, they would not be able to use their full strength because the 2 swords would hinder and restrict each other. That was why those who dared to use dual swords were all proficient in dual sword techniques. Otherwise, they would be a joke. However, there were too few people who were proficient in dual swords since ancient times. Now that Chu Mu was holding 2 swords with both hands, it seemed that he had a high level of attainment in dual sword techniques. A silver light flowed through the 5 fingers of Bai Chun's right hand. As it flickered, a silver-white sword appeared in his palm, giving off a trace of spirituality. It was also a spiritual sword. This sword was called the Silver Sword. The silver spiritual sword was the inheritance of the silver branch. Every generation of stars needed to nurture their own spiritual swords. Naturally, there was a corresponding inheritance method. When the silver spiritual sword appeared, a trace of sharpness rippled out. The Silver King's branch had unimaginable attainments in the Tao of metal. Chu Mu immediately felt that he was locked on by an indescribable sharpness. The surrounding void seemed to be filled with shocking, invisible sword chi. It swam in the void, cutting everything. Kill! With a low shout, Bai Chun's sword turned into a silver light. Under the incomparable sharpness, it cut open the void. Even the strange and powerful force field of Dragon Head Mountain was cut open. In an instant, the silver-white sword light appeared in front of Chu Mu. Its shocking sharpness pierced through, causing Chu Mu's hair to stand on end. He raised both swords and crossed them. The sword light suddenly flashed and pierced through the silver sword light, attacking Bai Chun. It seemed like a move that would injure both sides. Bai Chun's figure suddenly disappeared. The silver sword light also jumped and strangely drew an arc, attacking Chu Mu from the side. The silver sword seemed to have turned into a silver lightning. It could be hard or soft. In an instant, there were thousands of changes. Every change could be said to be extreme. It was incomparably mysterious and unfathomable. With both swords in hand, Chu Mu did not show any signs of weakness. He displayed his exquisite sword skills and continuously counterattacked. In a flash, the mountain collapsed and the earth cracked. The terrifying sword light whistled and covered a radius of 10 feet. Every sword light was distorted under the powerful force field of Dragon Head Mountain. It scattered and turned into countless rays of light that shot out in all directions. At the foot of Dragon Head Mountain, the group of people was dumbfounded. The exquisite and powerful swordsmanship was displayed in front of their eyes. It was very shocking. What a terrifying sword skill! as expected of the silver sword star. That Chu Mu's dual swords are also very impressive. The group of 9-star saints gathered in one place also had grave expressions on their faces. They were 9-star saints and could see more clearly. It was also easier for them to see the profoundness. They are only using the most basic sword skills to fight. It is incomparably exquisite. This level of attainment in sword skills far surpasses ours. No matter how hard a normal cultivator trains, there is still an insurmountable gap between them and geniuses. Bai Chen's silver sword carried a shocking sharpness. It carried the power of laws as it tore through the sky. It was either straight or curved. It was extremely mysterious as it continuously attacked. Each sword was closely connected. Each sword was deadly and extremely sharp. Chu Mu's dual swords moved. They were either sharp, heavy, domineering, or soft. As they changed, not only did he block Bai Chen's attacks, but he also continuously counterattacked. Wherever the sword light passed, it was like there was a line between the sky and the water. There was no beginning or end, mysterious and unfathomable. The beams of sword light were like a line between the sky and the water. They were straight or curved, intertwining with each other. There was no beginning or end. They were connected and covered all directions. The 999 zhang, tall dragon, head mountain was covered by the sword light. The sword light was endless, like a vast ocean. The silver sword light, the red sword light, and the gold and silver intertwined sword light intertwined. Each sword light was extremely terrifying and could easily kill an 8-star saint expert. The 10 zhang radius was where Chu Mu and Bai Chen were going to fight. Whoever was struck down would lose. What an exquisite dual sword skill! I have never seen such a dual sword skill before. The other 5-star geniuses were extremely shocked. The 5 of them, including Bai Chen, did not know about dual sword skills. This was also the first time they had seen such an exquisite dual sword skill. They were amazed. Even the star geniuses could not help but be astonished. If they were already like this, there was no need to talk about the others. Those below 9-star saint level could not see the profoundness of the dual sword skill. They only saw sword light, densely packed and endless, dazzling their eyes. However, they were not willing to close their eyes and rest, afraid that they would miss out on such an exciting scene. A duel between star geniuses was rarely seen in several hundred years. Obscure and ear-piercing sounds came one after another from the 999 zhang tall peak, entering everyone's ears. The weaker mid-level martial saints found it hard to bear. Their primordial spirits trembled, and their qi and blood surged. They could only retreat continuously. Only after retreating several thousand meters did they barely manage to withstand the duel. Stars appeared in their eyes. They could not help but close their eyes. The corners of their eyes were sore and stinging. Even 7-star martial saints had to close their eyes to withstand the duel. The blazing glory spiritual sword circled around, and the red sword light rippled out. It charged forward, and the eternal spiritual sword followed behind, piercing through the void. This sword was out of Bai Chen's expectations. He was almost hit by Chu Mu's sword. Bai Chen was indeed a star genius. He reacted quickly. The silver sword light shook and the air shook. The silver sword light traversed the sky, tearing rings and shattering Chu Mu's sword light. At the same time, it was also shattered. Streaks of sword light streaked across the ground. The ground was full of potholes, but it was not damaged in the slightest. The hardness of the pure copper essence was astonishing. When the sword light streaked across, it actually emitted a little bit of sparks like the sound of metal clashing. Clothes colliding, fighting, brushing past each other, and turning around to attack. The 2 sword skills were exquisite. Their footwork was also exquisite. Their body techniques were mysterious and they went with the flow. Once again they collided. Under the huge force, The two retreated to the edge of 100 zhang. Good. You can actually block my probing. You are qualified to make me use my strength, Bai Chen said, his voice excited. Likewise. Chu Mu smiled faintly. The crowd below was dumbfounded. Chapter 1781. Dragon Head Mountain. 999 Zhang Peak. Bai Chen and Chu Mu faced each other. At this moment, the endless sword light and the countless sword rays disappeared without a trace. However, the previous confrontation seemed to be clear in the eyes of the spectators. However, what the two of them said caused everyone's expression to change greatly, and they were extremely shocked. Probing. That level of battle was just a probing. If it wasn't a probing, how shocking and intense would it be? Soon they found out. My silver lineage's sword technique is called the silver sword technique. Bai Chen said slowly. His voice gradually turned cold and sharp, and there seemed to be a silver light flickering in his eyes. He slowly raised the silver sword in his hand, and a bright silver light appeared from the tip of the sword, spreading to the rest of the sword. It was sharp and murderous. The shocking sharpness and invisible sword aura spread out in all directions. The first move, myriad silver light. Bai Chen's figure flickered, and the silver long sword in his hand released a silver light. As the silver light flickered, it turned into strands of silver light, shining like stars. There were a total of 10,000 strands, and they spread out in all directions. In an instant, Chu Mu was completely covered. There were no blind spots, and there was nowhere to dodge. Every strand of silver light carried a shocking power of law and a shocking silver sword intent. It was extremely sharp, and it had shocking power. It penetrated the void and attacked from all directions, directly enveloping Chu Mu. Silver sword techniques, first move, myriad silver light. Looks like Bai Chen has completely grasped the essence of the silver sword techniques, first move. The 5 stars looked and thought to themselves. They all had their own inherited grade sword techniques. For example, Bai Chen cultivated the silver sword technique, which was a top-tier inherited grade sword technique. As for the higher grade king sword techniques, with their current strength, they were unable to grasp them. Chu Mu's 2 swords moved, and black vortexes condensed. 6 Dao sword technique. 6 black vortexes spread out in all directions, spinning at high speed. With the combination of sword intent and defensive intent, the 6 Dao sword technique's power increased, and its devouring ability became stronger. Strands of silver light were immediately absorbed by the spinning black vortex. Like moths to a flame, they were sucked into the vortex and disappeared. Chu Mu not only knew how to defend, but also how to attack. As the silver light dissipated, a sword was raised and chopped down with astonishing power. The incomparably sharp, fiery, red sword light tore through the sky and cut through everything. Solid, nothingness, existence or non-existence. Everything was cut, split, and shattered by this sword. Dao cutter sword style. The sword seemed to have cut open the sky. What is Dao? The power of heaven and earth was one of the manifestations of the Dao. The power of laws was a level of the power of heaven and earth. Dao severing. With a single slash, the power of the world and the power of the laws was severed. With one sword strike, heaven and earth were clearly distinguished. What sword technique is this? What a terrifying sword technique! Everyone exclaimed, and Bai Chen's expression changed. Such a sword technique was too profound and unfathomable. Chu Mu's sword style was created by comprehending the various mysteries of the forest of 10,000 sword steels. Then he combined it with the sword universe and his own accumulation of sword techniques. Finally, he created it himself. After continuously refining it and comprehending the true intent of the sword, it became even more perfect. Hence, the current Dao cutter sword style was much stronger than in the past. For a time, Bai Chen felt that the world in front of him disappeared. leaving only that sword light chopping down. The sword light was a world. Fourth move, Silver Brilliance. Bai Qin muttered. The sword in his hand gave off an extremely intense silver light. It was so bright that no one could look at it directly. It seemed to have turned into a blazing silver sun. Suddenly, it brought with it a myriad of phenomena, giving off a valiant aura. Terrifying metal laws revolved and rippled, bursting forth with astonishing might. The silver sword intent was extremely sharp, vividly displaying sharpness. This sword technique looked like a defensive move, but it was actually filled with offensive power. The surrounding spiritual energy immediately stirred, turning into a vortex. The strange force field of Dragonhead Mountain also seemed to be affected. The sword light chopped down and a silver light sword. This was an earth-shattering clash. There were no surprises. A horrifying force shot out in all directions, instantly piercing through the strange force field of Dragonhead Mountain and tearing it apart. The spiritual energy vortex that gathered in the surroundings also instantly crumbled. The sword light shattered, and the two swords clashed. One sword chopped down, and the other flicked up. Countless sparks filled the air. The sword in Chu Mu's left hand instantly stabbed out. The true intent of the sword and the true intent of the stab gathered. Bai Chen's expression changed. He pointed with his left hand, and his fingers instantly turned silver white. The fingertips clashed with the sword, and a metallic clang rang out. The sword trembled and bent slightly. Bai Chen's sword fingers could not help but shrink back. In that instant, Chu Mu's eternal spirit sword straightened again, stabbing out a second time. Bai Qin quickly swung his sword and shifted his feet. He pointed with his sword fingers and quickly retreated. "You are worth me using 80% of my strength," Bai Qin said in a low voice. Bai Chun said in a low voice. He stopped retreating and suddenly charged forward, turning into a silver light. His speed was shockingly fast. To be able to burst out with such speed under the force field of Dragonhead Mountain was shocking. Third move, Silver Light Thread. This was another move of the silver sword art. At this moment, Bai Chun used 80% of his strength, and his strength suddenly increased. The powerful aura immediately made Chu Mu feel pressured. The third move, Silver Light Thread, pushed Bai Chen's speed to the extreme, exceeding Chu Mu's vision. It was as if time and space had been dislocated. Bai Chen's vision twisted, and he was dazed. A silver light had already arrived, not showing any mercy. Fast, this sword was too fast. Chu Mu's intent sword worked. His two swords moved, forming a cross. Rays of sword light poured out, forming a cross-shaped sword light defense, blocking Bai Chen's sword. Under the silver light thread, the sharpness was concentrated at one point. The cross-shaped sword light was completely destroyed. Finally, when it hit Chu Mu's two cross swords, Chu Mu immediately felt an incomparably tyrannical power within that unceasingly attacked his two swords. Moreover, there was also an obscure sharpness that alternated between hard and soft as it attacked his body. The eternal sword intent suppressed and shattered the invading sword intent. Chu Mu's face flashed with a red light, and his chi and blood calmed down. 10,000 strands of silver light. The silver-white sword flashed, and silver light shot out, turning into 10,000 strands of light. It was the first move of the silver sword art. 10,000 strands of silver light surrounded Chu Mu from all directions, attacking him. Before Chu Mu could use his sword technique, the 10,000 strands of silver light instantly paused, as if they were frozen in the void. Suddenly, an incomparably sharp aura emerged from the void. Following that, the void seemed to collapse, quickly shrinking inwards, and a sword tip appeared. As the 10,000 strands of silver light condensed, it was extremely resplendent, attracting everyone's attention and making them gasp. The 10,000 strands of silver light seemed to be slowly rotating in an anti-clockwise direction, constantly converging inwards. As the sword tip appeared, the sword tip gradually condensed as well. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly spread out, and that aura pierced through the heavens and broke through the 9 levels of hell. Chu Mu's expression changed, and his pupils rapidly contracted. The sword tip that appeared instantly made him feel a great threat, and his hair stood on end. Below, the expressions of the 5 stars changed at the same time. The 10th move of the Silver Sword art. Bai Qin actually mastered the 10th move of the Silver Sword art. The Silver Sword art had a total of 12 moves. Among them, the power of the first move to the 9th move wasn't too different, but each had their own merits. Some were good at defense, some were good at speed, some were good at strength, and some were good at offense. But no matter what, although the first 9 moves were powerful, they were only the basics. The last 3 moves were the essence of the Silver Sword art. They were the true killing moves, the ultimate moves. As killing moves and ultimate moves, the last 3 moves were naturally harder to comprehend and cultivate. Speaking of which, the sword skills that they had inherited and cultivated were not inferior to the Silver Sword art. Although the moves were somewhat different, they still had the basic moves and killing moves. They were very clear about the difficulty of cultivating the killing moves and ultimate moves. To put it simply, they had to wait until their cultivation had reached the initial stage of the 7th sky of the Wangu realm before they could start cultivating this inherited sword art. In other words, it had only been 4 to 5 years since they came into contact with inherited sword art. In 4 to 5 years, Bai Chen had actually mastered the 10th move. Indeed, none of the star rank monsters were easy to deal with. He originally thought that he was better than the others, but now it seemed that it wasn't the case. The complete sword tip condensed, and a terrifying radiance was released. Chu Mu couldn't look straight at it, and it was extremely painful. What a powerful sword move! In the blink of an eye, 10,000 strands of silver light condensed in an instant, but it only condensed into the sword tip. Behind the sword tip, there were specks of silver light, like smoke lingering around. Silver-white aura surrounded Bai Chen's body, and the silver sword pierced out. The tip of the sword was instantly shrouded in silver smoke, and like a spark, it pierced towards Chu Mu. This sword wasn't very fast, but the terrifying radiance pierced through the void, and it made Chu Mu's hair stand on end, as if even his soul was about to be pierced. The Silver Sword art itself was a top inherited sword art, and the last 3 killing moves were already half a step away from the king rank. Once the 10th move was used, the sky changed colors, and the strange force field of Dragon Head Mountain was torn apart. Chu Mu had a feeling that if he couldn't block this sword, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured and lose his battle strength. Under this sword, the surrounding void seemed to be locked down, and there was no way to dodge. Since he couldn't dodge, he would just smash it. Clouds and mist seeped out from the void, and silently spread out in all directions, spreading forward. This cloud and mist came so suddenly, so strangely, and so unexpectedly. In an instant, the silver sword tip dragged a long silver smoke as it pierced into the clouds. The clouds wrapped around the silver sword tip strand by strand, causing the silver sword tip's speed to decrease slightly. Chu Mu took this opportunity to attack. Chapter 1782. What is that? Where did that cloud come from? At the foot of Dragon Head Mountain, everyone was confused. That cloud had appeared silently and strangely. Within the clouds, a dazzling silver light was rapidly advancing. It was like a battleship riding the wind and breaking the waves. Everyone recognized that it was Bai Chen's sword. It was an incomparably powerful sword. Even though they were 999 zhang away, they could still feel that it was coming from the sky. That shocking sharpness was about to tear them apart. That silver light was even more dazzling. At this moment, Chu Mu attacked. Without any sound, an extremely condensed sword light was faintly discernible within the cloud. With a shocking speed, it pierced through like a shooting star. Cloud-piercing sword style. The eternal sword intent the true intent of the sword, the true intent of the stab, the true intent of the stab. Cloud-piercing sword style was the first sword style that Chu Mu had created. After using it time and time again, he had improved and perfected it. After comprehending the sword intent, it had been perfected even further, getting closer to perfection. It could be said that among Chu Mu's sword styles, the cloud-piercing sword style was the most perfect. The cloud-piercing sword style clashed with the silver sword art's tense style. The sword body trembled, and the cloud-piercing sword style's power was instantly shaken, almost collapsing. Immediately, Chu Mu's second sword light arrived, and it was still the cloud-piercing sword style. Under the two consecutive cloud-piercing sword styles, the silver sword tip trembled and cracks appeared. With the two cloud-piercing sword styles defeated, Chu Mu's two swords also trembled. The huge rebounding force made it impossible for him to instantly gather his power and attack again. The silver sword tip that was almost shattered, dragging a long silver flame tail, shot towards Chu Mu, directly piercing through Chu Mu. He was hit. Is he dead? No, he didn't. He dodged it. At the critical moment, Chu Mu used his sword chi shadow. The shadow was pierced through, but his real body was unharmed. The two swords soared through the air, and a resplendent cross slashed down like a mark of the void. This cross was not an ordinary cross. It was the Dao severing sword technique. The two Dao severing sword techniques crossed each other and slashed down. The power was shocking. Bai Chun felt as if the sky was about to collapse. He raised his head and saw a black mass. Even though he had only used 80% of his strength, Bai Chun still felt a great pressure, a pressure that could threaten his life. Unable to dodge, Bai Chun was struck. The cross-sword light instantly destroyed his body. In an instant, Bai Chun's body turned into silver light and was cut into 4 halves. They flowed like liquid and quickly gathered in another place. Silver body. He actually managed to cultivate an undying body. The legacy of the Silver King, when cultivated to a high level, would be the silver undying body. The reason why the Silver Mansion purchased the black iron root, the bronze root, and even the silver root was to extract the juice from it and use it for cultivation. The cultivation method was a series of cultivation methods: black iron body, bronze body, and even silver body. The cultivation of the black iron body required a large amount of black iron root juice. The cultivation of the bronze body naturally required a large amount of bronze root juice. The cultivation of the silver body required a large amount of silver root juice. As long as one was a disciple of the Silver Mansion, they were qualified to cultivate the black iron body. However, most of the disciples had to prepare the black iron root juice themselves. Only a few outstanding disciples could get the black iron root juice for free. Therefore, there were not many disciples who could cultivate the black iron body. As for the bronze body, it was even more difficult. Usually, only high-level saint experts were qualified to cultivate it. Moreover, there were only a few of them. As for the silver body, there were only a few people who cultivated it. There were less than 10 of them. Bai Chun was one of them. As the young master of the Silver Mansion, he had the qualification to cultivate it. The silver path could be both hard and soft. Therefore, the silver body could be both hard and soft. After cultivating the silver body to a certain level, one would be able to achieve the undying body. The undying body referred to the silver body. When it was hard, it could withstand powerful attacks. When it was soft, it could turn into liquid. It could not be killed. It could not be dispersed. It was very difficult to deal with. Of course, the undying body was relative. If one was strong enough, they could kill it. But no matter what, after cultivating the silver undying body, one's survivability would increase greatly. Naturally, their overall strength would increase as well. With a rumbling sound, the dragon head mountain seemed to tremble. An extremely powerful aura shot up from Bai Chen's body. Endless heaven and earth Yuan Qi was stirred up, whistling like a storm. 100% of his strength. Under 80% of his strength, Bai Chun could not suppress Chu Mu. He could not defeat Chu Mu, so he used 100% of his strength. Compared to 80%, 100% of his strength was much stronger in terms of aura. Executing the silver sword arts, 10,000 strands of silver light shone like stars, shooting out like meteors. The silver-white figure shuttled back and forth like a movie. Everything within 10 feet changed. As he waved the silver long sword in his hand, it immediately changed. 10,000 strands of silver light started to spin like stars. A sword tip appeared and slashed down from the sky like a crescent moon. Silver sword art's third style, silver moon splitting sky. First, it was the 10,000 strands of silver light. Then it was the silver moon splitting sky. The two different sword moves were smoothly connected by Bai Chun to attack Chu Mu. At this moment, Chu Mu had to endure the attacks of two powerful sword moves. Bai Chun's sword moves at 100% of his strength were several times stronger than when he was at 80%. The area within 10 feet was filled with dense silver light. 10,000 strands of silver light shot out like stars. The silver crescent moon slashed down from the sky. The terrifying sharpness made the hair on Chu Mu's neck stand up. Waving both swords, a black whirlpool condensed and spun. 6 paths sword-style defense. Immediately after, Chu Mu's 2 swords vibrated. The swords vibrated at a high speed and quickly attacked, turning into streaks of terrifying sword light. They were like shooting stars in the sky. It was like a meteor shower that streaked across the sky. Streaks of sharp and tyrannical light fell down. The sharp sword light that was like shooting stars instantly tore apart the silver light that covered 10 feet. Sword style, falling stars. That's right. This sword style was a new sword style that Chu Mu had created after he comprehended the true meaning of the sword and combined it with his own accumulation of sword arts. He had comprehended the sword universe and the sword shadow in his mind. Falling stars sword style. This sword style was based on the true meaning of the sword and the true meaning of the stab. This was because the way this sword style attacked was to stab. In an instant, there would be dozens or even hundreds of swords stabbing out. Each sword carried a strong might. When they were all stabbed out at the same time, it would be like a meteor shower streaking across the sky. Thus, it was named Falling Stars. Falling Star sword style was also a stab, but it was different from the Piercing Cloud sword style. One was in one sword, while the other was in multiple swords. In terms of the power of a single sword, the Falling Star sword style was naturally not as strong as the Piercing Cloud sword style. However, they both had their own uses. For example, at this moment, no matter how strong the Piercing Cloud sword style was, it was not suitable. The two sword light falling stars streaked across the sky like shooting stars, tearing apart the silver light. The streaks of light pierced through the stars and shot towards Bai Chun mercilessly. Under the sword light, the streaks of stars were all shattered and shot towards Bai Chun. Bai Chun shouted, and a silver light appeared from his body. It was like he had turned into a silver general. Ding, 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 dang, dang, dang. The streaks of sword light landed on Bai Chun's body, giving off the sound of metal clashing. Silver body's unyielding strength was extremely powerful. Its defense was extremely shocking, and it forcibly resisted Chu Mu's Starfall sword style attack. Of course, this was also because the might of each sword light of the Falling Stars sword style was scattered. If all the sword light of the Falling Stars sword style had gathered into one, Bai Chun would not dare to take it head-on. The silver crescent moon chopped down from the sky. Chu Mu raised his two swords and used the sword style chopping Dao crossing it. Shao Chun executed sword chi image, and the after image shattered. As the sword light shot out, it turned into a beam of light and shot towards Bai Chun. Bai Chun's figure flashed, and he also turned into a beam of silver light, charging at Chu Mu. In the blink of an eye, the two beams of light closed in on each other. The three spiritual swords started their attacks, each one taking a life. It was like thunder and lightning flashed across the sky. In the time it took for a spark to fly, both sides attacked dozens of times. Each exchange was extremely dangerous. If one was not careful, one would be injured. Bai Chen, who was at full power, moved at a shocking speed. The power contained in each sword strike was horrifying. When the two swords clashed, Chu Mu could feel the pressure. If not for Chu Mu's high attainments in deflecting force, he would not have been able to withstand many sword strikes and would have been knocked back. Even so, after clashing continuously, dozens of times, hundreds of times, thousands of times, Chu Mu gradually felt the pressure. With the difference of one heaven, Chu Mu's overall strength was still inferior to Bai Chen's. Under the absolute difference in strength, Bai Chen was a tyrannical star-grade demonic genius. He was even stronger than ordinary demonic geniuses. His sword techniques and sword intents were outstanding in all aspects. He was not much weaker than Chu Mu. With such a comprehensive strength, he was still slightly stronger than Chu Mu. After an intense battle, Chu Mu could confirm that his strength was stronger than ordinary low-tier 9-star saints. However, he was still weaker than ordinary middle-tier 9-star saints. He was only very close. As for Bai Chen's strength, he had truly reached the level of an ordinary middle-tier 9-star saint. There was still a gap between being close and reaching. Although the gap was not big, Xiaoqin could still gradually gain the upper hand in the intense battle, gaining the advantage. However, most people couldn't see it. They only felt that the battle between the two parties was extremely intense. They couldn't see the figures of the two parties at all. They could only see two streams of flowing light and countless sword lights densely covering the surroundings. The Dragon Head Mountain, which was 999 feet tall, was full of terrifying sword chi. If an ordinary 8-star saint were to enter it, he would be killed in an instant. Only the 9-star saints and the 5 great stars would be able to see through the mystery. They could see that although the battle between Chu Mu and Bai Chen was extremely intense, Chu Mu was gradually being suppressed by Bai Chen. Chapter 1783. This isn't good. If Chu Mu doesn't have any other methods, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long. He's already very powerful. You have to know that his cultivation is one level lower than Bai Chen's. Furthermore, it's the difference between a mid-level saint and an upper-level saint. If Chu Mu's cultivation is the same as Bai Chen's, then today's battle would be different. The 9-star saints discussed endlessly. However, they limited their voices to a certain range so that others couldn't hear them. The hearts of the 5 great stars trembled intensely. Originally, they thought that Chu Mu would be quickly defeated when Bai Chen used 80% of his strength. They didn't expect that not only would Chu Mu not be defeated, Chu Mu would even force Bai Chen to use 100% of his strength. As for the Bai Chen at full strength, the Silver Sword Art's might was extremely terrifying, yet it was still unable to immediately defeat the opponent. As for the few sword techniques Chu Mu displayed, they were incomparably mysterious and powerful. They were unheard of. Looking at it now, although they were gradually suppressing Chu Mu in the intense battle, Chu Mu was extremely tenacious. He forcefully held on and wasn't defeated. From the looks of it, he could still hold on for a while. One had to know that Bai Chen's cultivation was one level higher than Chu Mu's. If both of their cultivations were the same, wouldn't the situation be reversed? If Chu Mu was able to defeat Bai Chen with the same cultivation, wouldn't that mean that Chu Mu's strength was above theirs? Thinking of that, they felt uncomfortable. The 6 great stars were above all the geniuses in the land of exile. Aside from themselves, no one could be compared to them. Even the 6 great stars of the previous generation were slightly weaker than them. Right now, there was actually someone who could compete with them. That was fine, but this person's cultivation wasn't as good as theirs. Once their cultivation was the same, his strength might even be above theirs. Who could accept that? In an instant, killing intent emerged in the hearts of these people. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Chu Feng before he matured. Killing intent flashed for a moment before it disappeared. Killing someone out of jealousy was the worst way to do it. Only those who were useless would do that. A true genius would become stronger when facing a strong opponent. The killing intent disappeared and was replaced by determination and fighting spirit. In the past, the 6 stars were side by side, and it was difficult to distinguish between them. Therefore, they could not find any clear goals. They only knew how to cultivate and improve their strength, and that was all. Now they finally saw a goal. The clearer the goal, the more motivation they had. Now, they were looking forward to Chu Mu defeating Bai Chen or displaying strength that surpassed theirs. Only then could he be considered a true goal. Surpassing others was only temporary. Once they had a goal, they would have motivation. With motivation, they would be able to catch up and surpass again. This was a true genius, a true monster. On the top of Dragon's Head Mountain, the fierce battle was still going on. Chu Mu, if you don't use your trump card now, you'll definitely lose. Bai Chen shouted in a low voice. His aura was shocking like rolling thunder. His aura soared, and the chi of heaven and earth surged like a tide. At this moment, Bai Chen had already reached the peak of his normal state, displaying a startling battle intent. Equip. With a low shout, an exquisite, silver-white, full-body armor suddenly appeared on Chu Mu's body. With the silver armor, Chu Mu's strength immediately multiplied. The multiplied strength made Chu Mu feel that the pressure from Bai Chen was not as obvious. When Xiao Qin drew his sword, he was faster and stronger. Good. Bai Chen's tone contained some joy. He could feel that after Chu Mu put on the armor, his aura and strength increased as well. This was one of Chu Mu's trump cards. With the silver armor, Chu Mu's strength increased further, approaching Bai Chen's. However, the current Bai Chen's aura was very strong. His strength reached the peak of his normal state. His sword techniques were ferocious and sharp as he attacked continuously. What could be more exciting than meeting a worthy opponent in a game of chess? When Xiao Qin used the silver light sword technique, countless silver lights shot out. Streaks of silver sword chi crisscrossed, covering a radius of hundreds of feet. However, when the sword chi reached a radius of 100 feet, it was distorted and scattered by the powerful force field of Dragon's Head Mountain. It was reflected and looked as bright and beautiful as silver fireworks. However, everyone knew that contained within that resplendent beauty was a fatal danger. The silver light sword technique was the sword technique that Bai Chen had cultivated before reaching the 7th sky of the Aeon. It was also an inherited sword technique. However, it could only be considered an ordinary inherited sword technique. It could not be compared to a peak inherited sword technique like the silver sword technique. However, Bai Chen had only cultivated the silver sword technique for 4 to 5 years, but he had cultivated the silver light sword technique for more than 10 years. He had completely grasped its essence. When the silver light sword technique was used, every move was split up in Bai Chen's sword. Half of the moves were combined to form a new sword move. However, it did not deviate from the essence of the silver light sword technique. It was even more mysterious and dazzling. Those mid-level saints couldn't look at it directly. It was too fast. They felt as if their eyes had been blinded. Even the 7-star saints felt that their eyes were sore and uncomfortable. Only the 8-star saints could barely look at it. Only the 9-star saints and the 5-star saints could open their eyes wide and see it clearly. The sword moves that Chu Mu had created belonged to the category of killing moves. However, he could also use these sword moves in a battle. However, the energy consumption would increase. Therefore, Chu Mu extracted the essence of the sword moves and merged them into the basic sword techniques. It evolved into a sword technique that was even stronger than the basic sword techniques. Although the power was not as strong as the sword moves, the energy consumption was also much lower. Silver armor and dual swords. Chu Mu displayed his strength to his heart's content. Bai Chen's silver light sword technique would also incorporate the sword moves of the silver sword technique. Therefore, Chu Mu could only use the sword moves to fight against the silver sword technique. The 1st to 9th moves of the silver sword technique were continuously performed under the silver light sword technique. The 10th to 12th moves were the killing moves of the silver sword technique. It was not easy to perform them. Fight, fight, fight! On top of the 999-meter tall dragon's head mountain, under the cover of the powerful force field, every movement and every strike consumed several times more energy than usual. With their cultivation, they were unable to last for very long. From the start of the battle until now, both Bai Chen and Chu Mu had used more than half of their sword energies. They were left with less than half. Bai Chen did not pay attention to body cultivation. In other words, the Silver King bloodline did not have any body cultivation techniques. Therefore, Bai Chen was not outstanding in terms of saint body. He had only reached the 4th level. The difference between the 4th and 5th level was still very obvious. Chu Mu's saint body was at the middle of the 5th level, which was much stronger than Bai Chen's. He had also grasped the technique of combining energy. He could perfectly combine the saint body's physical strength with the sword energy. 1 + 1 = 2. So the power he could display was even stronger. Therefore, Chu Mu's physical strength had also been used up by more than half. Both sides continued to attack and attack. After a few dozen breaths of time, more energy was consumed. Suddenly, Chu Mu and Bai Chen seemed to have a tacit understanding. They retracted their swords at the same time and retreated, increasing the distance between them. This battle was very satisfying. Bai Chen smiled. He was no longer as indifferent as before. "Let's fight it out," Chu Mu said. "I have the same intention." Bai Chen said, "Next, I will perform the 11th move of the silver sword art. I have just learned this move and am still unable to control it. I am also unable to control its power. Whether you live or die will depend on your ability." As soon as he finished speaking, monstrous killing intent surged from Bai Chen's body. The killing intent soared into the sky as if it had materialized. It instantly shattered the surrounding yuan, qi, whirlpools. The terrifying killing intent surged like a tide, sweeping out and covering all directions. Everyone at the foot of Dragon Head mountain trembled as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The bone-chilling coldness made them feel as if their bodies were frozen. Shock, horror, and shock. Their faces changed as they trembled. Even those 9-star saints felt danger and the shadow of death looming over them. The 11th move of the silver sword technique. The 5-star saints' faces changed at the same time. In the silver sword technique, the power of the last 3 moves increased in order. The 10th move was the weakest, the 12th move was the strongest, and the 11th move was in the middle. However, it was still very powerful. Unexpectedly, not only did Bai Chen learn the 10th move of the silver sword technique, but he also learned the 11th move. Although he hadn't mastered it yet, being able to use it meant that he had a certain level of attainment in the 11th move. Using a sword move that he hadn't mastered was quite a burden for Bai Chen. Under the monstrous killing intent, all of Bai Chen's power surged out. His skin turned silver white as if he was a silver war reverend. Cold, chilling, and sharp, the killing intent crazily sliced through the air. Even the strange force field couldn't block it and was sliced apart. Chu Mu's heart trembled and his expression changed. Bai Chen's aura shocked him, and his expression turned serious. Whistling sounds kept ringing out. Under the tide-like killing intent, strands of yuan qi gathered and turned into a whirlpool again. With strands of killing intent, it started to spin crazily. The aura of thousands of soldiers and horses surged out. Strands of silver-white light streaked across the sky and intertwined in the surroundings, turning into a sea of silver light. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mu's aura surged. Rumbling sounds came from the sky. It was as if Bai Chen's actions had angered the heavens and earth. I've created a sword move that I've never used before. Today, I'll use you to test it. Chu Mu opened his mouth. His voice was originally low, but it became loud and clear. Together with the rumbling sounds of thunder, it was even more powerful. Following that, Chu Mu put away the blazing spiritual sword and held the eternal spiritual sword with both hands. Using his qi, he slowly raised the eternal spiritual sword. It was as if the eternal spiritual sword weighed millions of pounds. Every time it was raised, the air would shake and there would be a shocking sound. It was extremely powerful and had a shocking aura. This sword move is called Heaven's Might. Chapter 1784. In the sky, silver thunderbolts appeared like dragons, shuttling through the clouds. They were like thunderbolts tearing the sky apart, giving off a shocking roar. A terrifying aura descended from the sky, wanting to destroy everything. With a cracking sound, the silver thunderbolts struck down, as if they were tearing the sky apart. They shattered the spiritual chi vortexes and dissipated into nothingness. Only chaotic spiritual chi ripples spread out, rushing in all directions. The powerful aura that Bai Chen had prepared for his ultimate move was also disrupted by the sudden appearance of this aura. Two completely different but equally terrifying auras were brewing, accumulating, waiting for the moment to erupt. In the realm of emptiness, Chu Mu had a unique grasp of everything around him. It was 10 times clearer than before, and all the spiritual chi ripples seemed to be within his grasp. After comprehending the sword intent, Chu Mu's comprehension of the sword universe sped up by several times, becoming clearer. He entered the realm of emptiness from time to time, using it to comprehend the sword universe and the sword shadow in his mind. The effect was better and the efficiency was higher. In that state, Chu Mu did not spend much time to comprehend and create the falling stars sword technique. Then he created a new and more powerful sword technique, which he named Heaven's Might. Heaven's Might sword technique. Once the sword technique was executed, it was like Heaven's Might. What was Heaven's Might? Heaven's Might was the might of the heavens, the might of the heavenly way. Using one's own sword to imitate the might of the heavenly way, one had to admit that this sword technique was a stroke of genius. Of course, if it was Chu Mu himself, he would not have been able to create this move. The problem was that the sword shadow that he comprehended was the sky sword shadow that he had comprehended from the sky sword sage back then. The sky sword was the sword of the heavenly way, the ultimate treasure of the heavenly way sword sect in the antiquity age. The other sword shadows merged into the sky sword shadow, making it more solid and easier for Chu Mu to comprehend. Under various coincidences, Chu Mu comprehended an even more powerful sword technique, the Heaven's Might sword technique. Shao Qin held the eternal spiritual sword with both hands and raised it high. Strands of powerful energy gathered on the sword and shot up into the sky, resonating with the rumbling heavenly thunder. Since ancient times, heavenly thunder had been a representation of heaven's might. The wrath of the heavens caused thunder to rumble. A bright light emerged from the eternal spiritual sword and shot up into the sky. A huge vortex formed in the sky. Countless silver, dragon-like thunderbolts swam within it, as if they were about to destroy the world. The wrath of the heavens and the might of the heavens were inviolable. Silver brilliance. Bai Chen's voice was deep, like the roar of an ancient war god. The silver light on his body flowed like waves and entered the silver sword in his hand. An indescribable brilliance shot out from the silver sword. It was incomparably resplendent. All of Bai Chen's aura was gathered in this sword. The 11th move of the silver sword technique, Silver World Illuminating Silver. It was even more resplendent and magnificent than the sun. He slashed out with his sword light. The pure and dazzling silver sword light tore through the sky at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Chu Mu. That speed was indescribable. That sharpness was unprecedented. Heaven's might. Chu Mu's voice was heard. It was accompanied by the rumbling of thunder and the wrath of heaven. The eternal spiritual sword was raised and slashed forward in an instant. The rumbling sound suddenly exploded, deafening the ears of the people below Dragon's Head Mountain and causing their blood to boil. Heavenly thunder had always been a representation of heaven's way. The rumbling of heavenly thunder was like the wrath of heaven. If it was in the past, Chu Mu would have used the power of the law of lightning. However, after comprehending the sword intent, he walked on a different path. The power of heaven and earth was no longer of any help to him. However, Chu Mu could also replace the law of lightning. That was the true intent of Quake. The 8 trigrams and the 8 phases. The true intent of Quake could replace the law of lightning under certain circumstances. This sword was the heaven's might. The eternal sword intent, the true intent of sword, the true intent of slashing, and the true intent of trembling. This sword was an attempt by Chu Mu to merge the 3 true intents into one sword. He thought that if a few laws could be merged into one sword, causing the sword technique's power to be even stronger, then would the true intents be able to do the same? After comprehending and experimenting, he finally succeeded. It created this sword of his, the Heaven's Might sword style, the strongest sword. However, because it was not perfect, it needed some time to accumulate power and would consume a lot of his strength. One move to determine the victor. Bai Chun used the 11th move of the silver sword technique that he had yet to master. In order to not lose or even win, Chu Mu could only use the strongest Heaven's Might sword style. This was the clash of the strongest swords of both parties. The astonishing silver sword light tore through the sky and slashed down from above. The golden sword light that was filled with the majesty of the heavens slashed down from above. In an instant, the 2 sword lights collided. The world seemed to have sunk into black and white. The collision of gold and silver intertwined, instantly tearing apart the force field of Dragon Head Mountain and destroying it. The terrifying sword chi surged in all directions, cutting through the ground and leaving faint scratches on the Dragon Head Mountain. One must know that the Dragon's Head Mountain was made of pure copper essence. It was incomparably hard. An ordinary 9-star saint wouldn't be able to leave any mark on it. However, the sword moves from both sides could leave a mark on it. Although it was faint, it was enough to prove that these 2 moves were enough to threaten the life of an ordinary 9-star saint expert. Even an advanced 9-star saint expert wouldn't be able to deal with it calmly. In the silent world of black and white, everyone felt that everything in front of them seemed to have frozen, as if time and space were frozen. The reason for this feeling was that the power of the 2 sword techniques was too tyrannical. When they collided, it was mixed with the powerful force field of Dragon Head Mountain, resulting in this scene. It seemed like an eternity, but it was actually just a short moment. The black and white faded away, and a vast and indescribably sharp sound, like the sound of a tide that could destroy the world, or like a terrifying battleship flying through the sky, tearing apart the dome of heaven. Under the sharp roar, an extremely terrifying power exploded, attacking both sides. The silver light shattered, and the golden light shattered. A smear of blood red spread out, dissipated, and evaporated completely. 2 figures flew out from the left and right, falling down the Dragon Head Mountain. Both sides are injured. The 5 great stars were stunned. That's right, the 2 figures that flew out at the same time were Chu Mu and Bai Chin. The collision of the strongest sword techniques caused a terrifying shockwave, which directly sent the 2 of them flying. The Dragon Head Mountain was only 100 feet in radius, and because the 2 of them had used their most tyrannical moves, they had almost exhausted all of their strength and did not have much resistance. Their blood and chi surged, and their bodies were in pain. The terrifying impact made them see stars, and they were injured in an instant. Fortunately, the silver robe on by Chen's body had great power and dissipated a part of the impact, so his body did not suffer any serious injuries. Chu Mu was equipped with the silver divine armor, which also had considerable defensive power. In addition to his tyrannical 5th-level saint body, he also resisted the impact and did not suffer any serious injuries. The reason why they were sent flying was because they had used the powerful but incomplete sword technique, which caused them to exhaust all of their strength. They could not recover in time, and it was caused by a moment of emptiness. After the two of them fell for a few hundred meters, they adjusted themselves. With the remaining strength in their bodies, their feet landed on the Dragon Head Mountain's body, and they automatically used methods to dissipate as much of the impact as possible, and finally slowly descended the mountain. After landing safely, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. The situation at that time was very urgent. If it had been an ordinary mountain with their abilities, they would have been fine. However, this was the Dragon Head Mountain, which was filled with a strange and powerful force field, which severely affected their movements. Therefore, if they had accidentally landed, it was very likely that they would have been seriously injured. Fortunately, they adjusted themselves in time and had a high degree of control over their bodies, so they landed safely. After landing, the two of them looked at each other, and they appreciated each other. It was the appreciation of a match. "Brother Bai, you won this battle," Chu Mu said. He had used his silver god equipment and 2 swords, and in the end they had clashed head-on. It looked like they were on par, but he could feel that he was still a little lacking. Therefore, Chu Mu admitted defeat. It was not embarrassing to lose. Wanting to save face was going against one's nature. "No, this battle is a draw," Bai Chen said, shaking his head. Yes, in the last clash, Chu Mu's sword technique was indeed a little inferior. However, it was only a little, and it was not obvious. It was obvious that Bai Chen's cultivation was 1 sky layer lower than his, and it was the difference of 1 sky layer between a mid-level martial saint and a high-level martial saint. Even if he used a trump card, it was impossible to make up for the difference of 1 sky layer. Therefore, Bai Chen definitely did not think that he had won. In fact, if the two of them had continued to fight and used all their trump cards, Bai Chen might have been confident that he could kill Chu Mu, but he was not confident that he would not be injured. However, this was a competition, not a life and death battle. The situation was different, and they could not be compared. Since Bai Chen said that it was a draw, Chu Mu did not argue anymore. It did not matter if he won, lost, or even if it was a draw. In short, he had benefited a lot from this battle. "Brother Chu, I have benefited a lot from today's battle. 9 years later, I will enter the Black God's secret realm. When I come out of the Black God's secret realm, we will fight again to see who is better." Bai Chen's eyes flashed. His tone slowly turned apathetic as he spoke to Chu Mu, returning to his original state. After he finished speaking, Bai Chen turned around and quickly took out an exquisite silver shuttle. He entered the shuttle and quickly left. After Bai Chen left, the 5 stars looked at Chu Mu as if they wanted to see through Chu Mu. "After today, your name will spread throughout the land of exile." He Ju laughed and turned into a black storm, quickly leaving. The 6 stars left one by one, and only Chu Mu was left on Dragon's Head Mountain. Under the gazes of countless people, Chu Mu quickly left Dragon's Head Mountain and recovered some of his strength. The Waning Moon Sword Saint, the Rock Sword Saint, and the others quickly rushed over to protect Chu Mu. Chu Mu took out his shuttle, and the 4 of them quickly entered it. Lin Biruo drove it, and they quickly left Dragon's Head Mountain, intending to return to Bloodbath City. After today's battle, Chu Mu had to spend some time to sort out his thoughts. Chapter 1785. Inside the flying shuttle, Chu Mu closed his eyes and meditated to recover his energy. He was also thinking about the battle between him and Bai Chen. The battle didn't last long, only a little more than 15 minutes. However, because they were at the peak of the Dragon's Head Mountain and were suppressed by the powerful force field, the consumption of energy was a few times higher than usual. Every move and every silver sword light intertwined in Chumu's mind. Bai Chen's sword skills were extremely high. He could be said to be the most profound opponent that Chumu had faced so far. His talent was only inferior to Chumu's. He was obviously better than Gu Luankong and the others. In the deep blue world, a genius like Bai Chen's talent would definitely be at the peak. Chumu had gained a lot from this battle. He was immersed in his memories. The waning moon sword saint and the rock sword saint were still in shock. It was hard to imagine that the person that they were forced to protect was such a monstrous genius. One should know that his cultivation was only at the middle stage of the sixth sky of the ancient era. However, Bai Chen was at the middle stage of the seventh sky of the ancient era. There was a difference of one sky. This difference wasn't one sky for an ordinary cultivator. It was one sky for a monstrous genius. It was even more shocking. Under such circumstances, the two of them ended up in a draw. Didn't this mean that if Chumu's cultivation was the same as Bai Chen's, his strength would be above Bai Chen's? Thinking about this, the waning moon sword saint and the rock sword saint's hearts couldn't help but beat wildly. Unbelievable. This is too unbelievable. It's a draw. It's a draw. Who is Chumu? How can he be so strong? No matter how strong he is, he's not a match for the Silver Sword Star. Didn't you hear that he admitted defeat? Ignorant. Chumu's cultivation is an entire sky layer lower than Bai Chen's. Even if he uses some trump cards, it's impossible to make up for the difference of an entire sky layer. The final result is indeed that Chumu is slightly inferior, but it's not that obvious. If Chumu's cultivation was the same as Bai Chen's, do you think Chumu would lose? This is a monster comparable to the 6 great stars. Since ancient times, who knows how many geniuses have wanted to become the 7th star, but no one has ever succeeded. Today, we are fortunate enough to witness it. The 7th star. From now on, the 6 great stars will be renamed as the 7 great stars. Among the crowd, Zhou Jianming, Yu Kang, Jiying, and the others all looked somewhat unwilling. Who wouldn't want to become a 7th star cultivator? They had been working hard for that, but they hadn't been able to succeed. Today they saw with their own eyes a nobody, a cultivator who wasn't even as strong as them, fight against one of the 6 great stars, the Silver Sword Star, and the battle ended in a draw. Apart from the Star Realm monsters, who else in the same generation could do that? Now, someone had done it, and it was a middle stage 6th sky of the Wangu realm. The bitterness in their hearts couldn't be described with words. Zhao Wuji clenched his fists and stared at the dragon's head mountain, his eyes sharp. Originally, he thought that his strength and talent were comparable to the 6 great stars, but after exchanging glances with Tu Qianjun, he knew that there was still a gap between him and the 6 great stars. Therefore, he thought that other than himself, no one would have a better chance of becoming the 7th star than him. Unexpectedly, the truth was completely out of his expectations. There was someone who was more talented than him, stronger than him, and whose cultivation was lower than his. The 7th star. What a resounding title, what a great honor. It was the lifelong pursuit of the true geniuses in the land of exile, but it was snatched away by an unknown person. Yes, no one doubted that after today's battle, Chumu wouldn't be crowned as the 7th star. It was too obvious. Under the eyes of countless people, the battle had been spectacular and earth-shattering. No matter how unwilling he was in his heart, Zhao Wuji had to admit that Chumu did indeed have the qualifications to be called the ruler of the 7th star. The 6 great stars have their own titles. How should we name Chumu's 7th star? Dual swords, unfathomable sword skills, unparalleled. Why don't we name it unparalleled? Unparalleled sword star. Unparalleled? Isn't that too much? However, his cultivation is only at the middle stage 6th sky of the Wangu realm. I think that if his cultivation is the same as the 6 great stars, his strength will definitely surpass the 6 great stars. He deserves the title unparalleled. Not everyone had the right to be given a name. In the land of exile, there was no lack of a group of highly respected people. To put it bluntly, they were the older 9-star saint level experts. The strength of these experts was usually at the pinnacle of the 9-star saint level, and they had quite a bit of prestige in the land of exile. When Chu Mu and Bai Chun fought on the Dragon's Head Mountain, there were several peak 9-star saint experts among the spectators. Seeing was believing and hearing was false. After a round of debate, the title Unparalleled was crowned on Chu Mu's head. The 7th star, Unparalleled Sword Star. Soon, the news of Chu Mu's 7th star, Unparalleled Sword Star, spread throughout the land of exile. Other than those who were in seclusion, almost everyone knew about it. When the name of the Unparalleled Sword Star spread throughout the land of exile, a new star seemed to rise in the sky of the land of exile. It hung in the sky, faintly discernible, and emitted a weak but tenacious luster. In the city of silver, the Silver Mansion. When the Silver King heard the news, he immediately revealed a smile. The 7th star. After so many years, someone has finally reached it. Unparalleled Sword Star, Chu Mu. Let's see if the title Unparalleled lives up to its name. Like the Silver King, when the other 6 kings heard the news, they were also surprised. Immediately, there was an unfathomable feeling. Since the 7 kings knew about the news, the 6 stars naturally knew about it as well. Unparalleled Sword Star, hee. You actually named yourself Unparalleled. Do you really think you're unique? Hey, Ju chuckled, his eyes deep and dark. I'll wait. When your cultivation increases, I'll let you know the difference between us. Although he said that, Ju had seen the battle between Chu Mu and Bai Chun with his own eyes. Although Chu Mu was slightly inferior, he knew that it was brought about by the difference in cultivation. If their cultivation was the same, would Chu Mu be inferior to Bai Chun? And his strength was actually similar to Bai Chun's. Therefore, if he wanted to defeat Chu Mu with the same cultivation, it wouldn't be easy. However, what was there to be afraid of? With such a goal, wouldn't it be better? Ju thought so. Tu Qianjun also thought so. Long Shi, Yan Qingya, Feng Feisha, and the others also had similar thoughts. They had their own pride. They didn't allow themselves to use their cultivation to suppress their opponent. They would rather have their opponent's cultivation be higher than theirs. This kind of pride supported their continuous improvement and unceasingly unearthing their own potential. After the battle between Chu Mu and Bai Chun, the 6 stars returned. When they heard the news that Chu Mu had become the Unparalleled Sword Star, they immediately went into seclusion, trying their best to increase their strength. Outside Bloodbath City, the bright yellow flying shuttle stopped. Chu Mu and the other 3 walked out of the shuttle. Chu Mu's strength had completely recovered. During the time in the shuttle, he constantly recalled the battle with Bai Chun. Bit by bit, various comprehensions gradually appeared, absorbed and mastered. Bai Chun had used 3 different sword techniques. Basic sword techniques, Silver Light Sword Technique, and Silver Sword Art. Bai Chun's basic sword techniques were also very profound and solid. Once the Silver Light Sword Technique was used, silver light filled the sky. The silver sword light seemed to be everywhere. The terrifying silver sword light was incomparably sharp. It could be both hard and soft. Every move of the silver sword art was shockingly powerful. That kind of sharpness was earth-shattering. During the battle, every breath was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness would cause one to be hit by the opponent's sword and fall into danger. What the danger brought was naturally more personal experience and comprehension. The cloud-piercing sword style and the other sword styles, the Starfall sword style and the Heavenly Might sword style, all gave Chu Mu a new experience. The 4 of them, led by Chu Mu, walked through the gate of Bloodbath City. Chu Mu immediately realized that the gazes of others towards him were different from before. Look, that's the Unparalleled Sword Star, Chu Mu. The 7th star that fought to a draw with the Silver Sword Star, Unparalleled Sword Star, Chu Mu. I saw him in person. As expected, he has an imposing appearance and an extraordinary aura. All sorts of discussions entered the ears of Chu Mu and the other three. Wherever Chu Mu walked, the crowd would take the initiative to make way for him, as if they were welcoming the return of the king. Seeing this scene, Chu Mu came to a realization. He understood that the fight between him and Bai Chun had already spread throughout the land of exile while they were on the flying shuttle. Many people knew about it. He could also hear that he was given the title of the Seventh Star and was even called the Unparalleled Sword Star, Bloodbath Sword Star, Black Demon Sword Star, Dragon Slaying Sword Star, Green Fiend Sword Star, Silver Sword Star, and Flowing Light Sword Star. The original 6 stars had become 7 stars with the addition of the Unparalleled Sword Star. Unparalleled, unparalleled, unparalleled. Chu Mu could not help but smile in his heart. However, he did not care about the 7th star or the Unparalleled Sword Star. Strength was the most important. Xiao Chen's greatest gain from the battle with Bai Chen was his comprehension, nothing else. However, the Waning Moon Sword Saint, the Boulder Sword Saint, and the little maid Lin Biruo had different thoughts from Chu Mu. Chu Mu was publicly recognized as the 7th star, the Unparalleled Sword Star. They felt a sense of glory that they shared. Their young master was the 7th star that was on par with the 6 stars. He was the Unparalleled Sword Star. The servant was the master of glory. This was the truth. Along the way to the manor, Lin Biruo, the Waning Moon Sword Saint, and the Boulder Sword Saint's mouths did not close. They were too happy, too excited, too emotional. This feeling was as if they had become the 7th star, the Unparalleled Sword Star. Chapter 1786. After returning to the manor, Chu Mu did not go out. Every day, he cultivated as usual. He was not affected by the fame of the Unparalleled Sword Star. He did what he was supposed to do. There are less than 9 years before the opening of the Black God Secret Land. When he was not cultivating, Chu Mu would take out the jade token he had obtained from the auction to check. This was a jade token made by the 5 castellan manors. It had no other purpose other than to determine the number of people who had entered the Black God Secret Land. If it was lost or destroyed, one would lose the right to enter the Black God Secret Land. There were many theories about what the Black God Secret Land was. None of them were convincing enough. However, one thing was for sure. The Black God Secret Land was the best place to increase one's strength. Anyone who did not die after entering the Black God Secret Land would have their strength increased significantly after leaving. Many people agreed with this statement. Therefore, Chu Mu was even more curious about entering the Black God Secret Realm. It would be great if I could get an extra slot, Chu Mu thought to himself. He planned to let Lin Biruo enter the Black God Secret Land to increase her strength. However, a slot was very precious. It was not easy to get one. Chu Mu could only give up on this idea. Every day he practiced, comprehended, and perfected his sword. Days passed. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Long Yun Kong came out of seclusion. When he heard the news, he was shocked and rushed to the manor. "Brother Chu, I did not expect to miss such an exciting battle while I was in seclusion." Long Yun Kong exclaimed with a smile. "Brother Long, your cultivation base has increased a little. Your strength must have increased by a lot." Chu Mu saw Long Yun Kong's cultivation base at first glance. It had increased from the early 7th sky of Wangu to the middle 7th sky of Wangu. For ordinary cultivators, a small increase in strength would not be obvious. However, for geniuses, a small increase in strength would be obvious. "No matter how much I have improved, I can't compare to you, Brother Chu." Long Yun Kong sighed. Originally, he had worked hard to cultivate because he didn't want to fall behind Chu Mu too much. Unknowingly, he had already set Chu Mu as a goal. However, to his surprise, although he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation and increased his strength, the gap between him and Chu Mu had widened instead. The 7th star, Unparalleled Sword Star. This title represented one's strength. After chatting for a while, Long Yun Kong brought up the idea of sparring with Chu Mu. Of course, Chu Mu didn't refuse. Sparring was mainly about swordsmanship. Long Yun Kong's swordsmanship was indeed not bad, but there was a clear gap between him and Bai Chen. This sparring was almost equivalent to Chu Mu teaching Long Yun Kong swordsmanship. "Thank you, Brother Chu." Long Yun Kong put away his sword and saluted Chu Mu with 3 swords. Chu Mu accepted it calmly. "I plan to stay here for a while. Is it inconvenient for you?" Long Yun Kong said again, "Brother Long, this manor originally belonged to you." "There's no need to bother," Chu Mu said with a smile. Long Yun Kong stayed for the time being. His purpose was very simple. He wanted to ask Chu Mu to teach him swordsmanship. A few days later, an uninvited guest came. This person had barged into the manor without any prior notice. Seeing Chu Mu practicing his sword, he didn't say anything further. His footsteps suddenly sped up, and his body transformed into an aurora. He pulled out his sword, and a dazzling sword light flashed. It was like an aurora streaking across the sky. It was compatible with his movement technique, sword and body combined, and the power of this move was displayed to the extreme. The moment the uninvited guest entered the manor, Chu Mu sensed it. While practicing his swordsmanship, he had a unique grasp of the surroundings. The movements of the entire manor were under his control. "Who is it?" The Waning Moon Sword Saint and the Rock Sword Saint were sparring on the side when they sensed the arrival of an uninvited guest. As soon as they saw the swift aurora sword radiance, their expressions changed and they let out a low roar. The 2 of them switched from sparring to facing the enemy together and stabbed out with their swords at the same time. A waning moon rose. The moonlight shone brightly. The sword light was as steady as a rock. 2 swords and 2 moves attacked the uninvited guest at the same time. However, the uninvited guest merged with his sword and was extremely fast. Like an aurora, he flew through the air. The aurora-like sword light twisted slightly and broke free of the Waning Moon Sword Saint and Monolith Sword Saint's pursuit. He was even faster as he stabbed towards Chu Mu. Chu Mu's pupils contracted slightly. A wisp of aurora-like light was reflected in his eyes. He shook his right hand slightly. The roaring glory spiritual sword trembled and the sword light spread out. He swung the roaring glory spiritual sword like a long whip. The golden red sword light immediately slashed out. With a whistling sound, it was like a dragon swinging its tail, shattering the void. In an instant, the 2 sword light collided. The aurora-like sword light was instantly shattered by Chu Mu's swing of his sword. The uninvited guest's figure was revealed. It was a black-robed young man. The black-robed young man's eyes flashed. When the sword light was shattered, his expression changed. He shouted in a low voice, and a strong aura gushed out. He waved his sword in an instant. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, 18 sword lights were extremely fast. 18 aurora-like sword light intertwined and slashed, cutting the void in front of him into countless pieces. This move was enough to threaten an ordinary 9-star, Saint-level expert. Chu Mu's sword light changed its trajectory. It went from an arc to a straight stab. When the sword stabbed out, it seemed to pierce through the clouds and the moon. It was just a stab, but it was like 1,000 or 10,000 swords. It hit the intersection of the 18 aurora-like sword light. The strong 18 aurora-like sword light was immediately broken by Chu Mu's sword. A sword light passed by like a thunderbolt and arrived in an instant, before the black-robed young man could perform a new sword technique. Chu Mu's sword had already stabbed toward his face. A cold light flashed in front of his eyes. It was like a cold star shining, filling the world in front of his eyes. In great shock, the black-robed young man burst out with all his strength. His strong aura soared into the sky. The sword in his hand burst out an amazing light. In the sharp slashes, a defensive wall of light was formed in front of him. The wall of light was strong. The aurora-like ripples intertwined and attacked. It instantly blocked Chu Mu's stab. Chu Mu's wrist trembled slightly. His strength exploded, layer by layer. His sword pierced through the aurora-like sword wall, tearing it apart and piercing through it. The sword touched the black-robed young man's horizontal sword. The strong impact of the sword made the black-robed young man tremble and fly backward. He felt pain in his muscles and bones, as if they were about to fall apart. He couldn't control his chi and blood, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He landed dozens of meters away and staggered back dozens of meters before he could regain his balance. The waning moon sword saint and the rock sword saint attacked and surrounded him. "Stop!" the black-robed young man shouted. "I mean no harm." But the waning moon sword saint and the rock sword saint wouldn't listen to him. They attacked from left and right. Although they didn't want to kill him, they would still be injured if they were hit. "Stop!" Chu Mu's indifferent voice sounded. The waning moon sword saint and the rock sword saint stopped their attacks at the same time. They stopped less than an inch away from the black-robed young man. The cold sword attacked, and the black-robed young man's expression changed. He had almost died here. He couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. The reason why Chu Mu called for them to stop was because the black-robed young man didn't show any killing intent from the beginning to the end. The famous Aurora Sword Saint. "What do you want from me?" Chu Mu asked again. He pointed out the other party's identity with one sentence. The waning moon sword saint and the rock sword saint looked at the black-robed young man with sudden realization. So this was the Aurora Sword Saint who had been in the limelight recently. They cultivated in the manor, but it didn't mean that they didn't know what was going on outside. Therefore, they knew about the bigger news in the outside world. The Aurora Sword Saint was a very famous person in the past half a year. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. He first defeated Zhou Jianming, then Yu Kang, and then Jiying. Zhou Jianming, Yu Kang, and Jiying were the top 3 geniuses in the first array. It was naturally big news that they had been defeated consecutively. The Aurora Sword Saint, Zhao Wuji, was also famous because of this. Zhao Wuji had a mysterious background. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the 7th sky of Aeon, but his strength was not inferior to an ordinary 9-star saint. The sword technique he used was called the Aurora Sword Technique. The sword was as swift as the aurora, and the power was condensed. The penetrating power was shocking. Therefore, he was called the Aurora Sword Saint. Because he had defeated Zhou, Jianming, Yu Kang, and Jiying, the Aurora Sword Saint, Zhao Wuji was regarded as the number 1 person below the 7 stars. Half a year ago, Zhao Wuji had watched the battle between Chu Mu and Bai Chun on Dragonhead Mountain. He had been greatly inspired. For the past half a year, he had been constantly challenging people to improve his sword technique. After increasing his strength, he had the idea of challenging Chu Mu. Therefore, he had come to Blood-Slaughtering City to find Chu Mu. He felt that even if he wasn't a match for Chu Mu, the difference wouldn't be too big. However, he hadn't expected to be defeated by Chu Mu in just a few moves. Chu Mu's cultivation was only at the peak of the mid-stage of the 6th sky of Aeon. He hadn't even reached the late stage of the 6th sky of Aeon. Zhao Wuji didn't know until they had fought. Once they had fought, Zhao Wuji realized that there was a huge gap between his strength and a star realm monstrous genius like Chu Mu. If the battle with Chu Mu was like this, there was no need to talk about the battle with the other 6 stars. After all, although Chu Mu's talent was strong, his cultivation was still inferior to the 1st sky of the 6 stars. Zhao Wuji's simple explanation was accepted by the crowd. "Brother Chu, I took the liberty to make a move. Please don't take offense." After Zhao Wuji explained, he cupped his fists. He was arrogant, but Chu Mu's talent and strength were above his. Therefore, he didn't feel that he had anything to be proud of in front of Chu Mu. "It's just a spar. There's nothing to be surprised about." Chu Mu smiled. I was too arrogant. I thought that my strength was enough to challenge Brother Chu. I didn't expect that there was still a huge gap between us. Zhao Wuji shook his head and sighed. Brother Chu, in a few years I will also enter the Black God's secret realm. Right now, I need to go back and cultivate in seclusion to increase my strength. When the time comes, I will definitely challenge you again. Please accept this bottle of pills as an apology for offending Brother Chu. After saying that, Zhao Wuji threw a jade bottle at Chu Mu. He turned around and walked out of the manor. Chapter 1787. Chu Mu did not deliberately hide the news, nor did he deliberately spread the news. Therefore, the news that Aurora swordsman Zhao Wuji had been defeated by the unparalleled sword star, Chu Mu's sword, spread quickly. I knew it. How can the Aurora swordsman be compared to the 7 stars? In the past half a year, the Aurora swordsman Zhao Wuji had been in the limelight. His powerful strength had the potential to be hailed as the 8th star. Now, this momentum had been broken by the unparalleled sword star Chu Mu. Zhao Wuji's defeat, once again, made people realize the strength of the 7 stars. After that, people came to challenge Chu Mu every few days. The thoughts of the challengers were simple. If they could not defeat Chu Mu, it would be equivalent to receiving guidance. If they were lucky enough to win a move or two, it would be enough to make their reputation spread far and wide. At the beginning, Chu Mu was rather willing. After all, those who dared to challenge him could be considered first-rate geniuses, allowing him to verify his sword techniques. However, as the number of people increased, Chu Mu didn't like it. Geniuses were divided into high and low ranks. Dragons and snakes mixed together. Sometimes it was a complete waste of time. Therefore, anyone who came to challenge him would be received by the Waning Moon Sword Saint and the Rock Sword Saint. Only those who could defeat the Waning Moon Sword Saint and the Rock Sword Saint together were qualified to be dealt with by him personally. In this way, Chu Mu was not disturbed anymore. It could not be helped. The Waning Moon Sword Saint and the Rock Sword Saint were both veteran experts at the peak of the 8-star saint level. They were powerful and had a solid foundation. Ordinary cultivators could not be compared to them. In addition, they had followed Chu Mu for a period of time. Their swordsmanship had improved significantly, and their strength had also increased. Not to mention the 2 of them working together. Just one of them was enough to stop many challengers. Perhaps there were some geniuses who could defeat the Waning Moon Sword Saint or the Rock Sword Saint, but they could not defeat the 2 of them together. Naturally, Chu Mu would not be able to deal with them personally. Geniuses who could defeat the Waning Moon Sword Saint and the Rock Sword Saint together were very powerful. They were barely qualified to be dealt with by Chu Mu personally. However, in the past few years, there had not been a single challenger like this. Chu Mu was also safe and sound. The Waning Moon Sword Saint and the Rock Sword Saint would occasionally receive guidance from Chu Mu. After a few years, their swordsmanship had improved a little. The 2 of them were now dead set on submitting to Chu Mu. It didn't matter if they swore an oath or not. Once the oath was up, they probably wouldn't be willing to leave. What a joke! Once he left, he wouldn't be able to receive such guidance. This was an opportunity. However, they did not know that in less than 100 years, Chu Mu would leave. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed since the battle between Chu Mu and Bai Qin. For the past 5 years, Chu Mu had been cultivating in the manor. With the dragon swallowing jade pendant, he didn't need to take the initiative to cultivate the divine wilderness sword art. Therefore, he used the time to practice his swordsmanship. In the past 5 years, Chu Mu's cultivation had broken through from the mid-stage of the 6th sky of Wangu to the late stage of the 6th sky of Wangu. He was only a step away from the peak. Chu Mu was confident that he would be able to reach the peak of the 6th sky of Wangu within half a year. After stabilizing his cultivation, he would be able to break through to the 7th sky of Wangu. Once his cultivation reached the 7th sky of Wangu, he would be even more powerful. On one hand, his understanding of the sword universe had deepened. His understanding of the sword shadow had deepened. His various sword moves had improved, especially the Heaven's Might sword style. It was much more refined than 5 years ago. It was easier to use, and its power was more concentrated. Chu-Mu had improved. The Waning Moon Sword Saint and the Monolithic Sword Saint had also improved. Lin Biruo's cultivation had also improved. She had reached the early stage of the 6th sky of Wangu. Back then, Zhao Wuji had left behind a bottle of pills to help with cultivation. However, it wasn't useful to Chu-Mu. Therefore, he had given it to Lin Biruo. It allowed her to cultivate faster and reach the early stage of the 6th sky of Wangu in just a few years. At the same time, she had also mastered the last 3 moves of the Clear Water Sky sword art. 5 years had passed. The opening of the Black God Secret Land was getting closer and closer. In the past 5 years, there were fewer and fewer people who wanted to challenge Chu-Mu. Especially in the past year, there was not a single challenger. As for the outside world, there was a storm brewing. There seemed to be a trend of challenging people. Geniuses were challenging people everywhere to sharpen their swordsmanship. In a short period of time, more and more geniuses appeared. There were also people who fought and killed in order to obtain a spot to enter the Black God Secret Land. It could be said that the past few years had been eventful. However, all of this had nothing to do with Chu-Mu for now. Today he was teaching Lin Biruo sword skills in the manner. Lin Biruo's cultivation base had reached the early stage of the 6th sky of Wangu. She had also mastered the Clear Water Sky sword art to the pinnacle. If she wanted to improve her strength, other than improving her cultivation base, she had to learn more powerful sword skills and secret techniques. It wasn't easy to improve one's cultivation base. Chu-Mu felt that he had to teach Lin Biruo more powerful sword skills. There were thousands of sword skills in the forest of 1,000 sword steels of the True God Sword Sect. At the very least, they were at the level of inheritances in the land of exile. Any one of them could cause countless people to kill each other. The sword skill that you cultivate belongs to the Gentle Water series. Therefore, the sword skill that I'm going to teach you belongs to the Gentle Water series as well. It's called the Rippling Sword, also known as the 8 Rippling Sword Arts. Chu-Mu said seriously, "Young master, I will do my best to learn it." Lin Biruo said seriously, "Watch carefully." Chu-Mu said and unsheathed his sword. He performed the 8 Rippling Sword Arts, move by move. The first time, Lin Biruo couldn't understand it at all. It was like a primary school student reading a textbook. The second time, Chu-Mu slowed down. The third time was even slower, but Lin Biruo still couldn't understand it. She could only see ripples spreading out from Chu-Mu's sword light. Those ripples were formed by the sword light. Chu-Mu didn't use any strength. He just unsheathed his sword. However, the ripples of sword light made Lin Biruo feel a fatal danger. On the 4th time, Chu-Mu started to show Lin Biruo the moves. On the 5th time, he started to explain. Lin Biruo could be considered to have some talent in swordsmanship. In the past few years, she had been influenced by what she saw and heard. Therefore, under Chu-Mu's careful guidance, she began to understand a little of the 8 Rippling Sword Arts after 10 days. It wasn't easy to cultivate an inherited level sword skill. Even for a monster like Bai Qin, it took him more than 10 days to learn the basics of the Silver Light Sword Arts. Lin Biruo's talent was far inferior to Bai Qin's. It wasn't surprising that she took more time. To Chu-Mu, the 8 Rippling Sword Arts wasn't a profound sword skill. However, in order to not bring any trouble to Lin Biruo, there was no third person present when he taught. Today, Chu-Mu explained the main points of the 8 Rippling Sword Arts to Lin Biruo again. As he spoke, Chu-Mu's eyes suddenly shot out a sharp light. It was as sharp as sword light piercing through the void. He executed the 8th move of the 8 Rippling Sword Arts, Rippling Destruction. The ripple-like sword light overlapped and finally gathered into one. Then, it turned into a beam of sword light. It was incomparably sharp and penetrated the void. Shortly after, a door seemed to open in the void, a mysterious and unfathomable door that caused the rippling sword light to dissipate into nothingness. A figure seemed to have traversed time and space to arrive. An incomparably mysterious sword light shot out. It seemed sharp, domineering, cold, flexible, powerless, and slow. This sword contained countless mysteries. The mysteries circulated and changed unpredictably. With just a glance, Chumu knew that his opponent's sword skill was mysterious and unfathomable. It had already reached a very profound level. It was much more superior than Bai Chen's. Of course, in terms of sword skill, Chumu was better than his opponent. However, in terms of sword skill application and other aspects, this sword had already reached a shocking level. Mysterious and unfathomable, Chumu also attacked with his sword. His sword had many transformations, but it was different from his opponent's. In an instant, the two swords didn't collide. However, they continuously changed hundreds of times. They were both looking for the opponent's weakness. Once they found a weakness, they would immediately attack. Lin Biruo couldn't understand a battle of this level. She only felt that the sword light was flashing in front of her. She was dazzled and her face was blank. It couldn't be helped. The difference between their levels was too great. Chumu couldn't see the face of the figure that appeared in the void. He could only see his opponent's sword. Being able to see the sword was enough. The interesting thing was that his opponent didn't use much strength after he appeared in the void. He purely used his mysterious sword skill to target Chumu. Since that was the case, Chumu also didn't use his cultivation. He also used his sword skill to fight. The battle of sword skills didn't seem that grand and destructive. However, each move was profound and shocking. It was very dangerous. In the blink of an eye, both sides had already attacked dozens of times. They were all moves of basic sword skills. However, Chumu's basic sword skill was obviously different from his opponent's. Mysterious. The opponent's sword skill gave Chumu a mysterious feeling. It was a feeling that couldn't be described with words. It seemed fast and slow. It seemed strong and weak. It seemed sharp and blunt. It was very mysterious. The sword was clearly stabbing towards Chumu. It arrived in an instant, but it didn't seem to be stabbing. It was as if the sword was being pulled back. The sword was being pulled back, but it was actually stabbing towards Chumu. This feeling was very strange. It interfered with Chumu's judgment. Chumu could see that this kind of basic sword skill was no longer a simple basic sword skill. It involved other applications. It was another field, another level of application. It was a field that Chumu didn't know. To have such attainments in sword skills, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Even the 6 stars couldn't compare to him. Under the sword battle, Chumu was focused. He used his sword intent to analyze the signs and trajectory of his opponent's sword. He displayed his sword skills to his heart's content. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. The battle between the two was limited to a small area. It didn't exceed a range of 3 meters. Lin Biruo was dumbfounded. She couldn't understand at all. As she watched, she started to feel dizzy and uncomfortable. She didn't dare to continue watching. Chapter 1788. Lin Biruo's reaction was normal. Her cultivation was not high enough. Her primordial spirit was not strong enough. And her spiritual power was not strong enough. Most importantly, her attainments in swordsmanship were not profound enough. Therefore, if she watched too much, she would be dazzled and her spiritual power would be affected, making it very unstable. If a person with enough attainments in swordsmanship and a primordial spirit watched it, he would gain something. In the blink of an eye, Chumu and the mysterious man had been fighting for a quarter of an hour. Every move was dangerous. Countless changes were performed under the sword. The more they fought, the more Chumu could feel the mystery in the mysterious man's swordsmanship. However, this mystery made Chumu feel like rootless duckweed, which was hard to grasp. After fighting for a quarter of an hour, Chu Mu could not grasp the surface of the mysterious man's swordsmanship. The more it was so, the more awe-inspiring and excited he was. Chu Mu could not be more satisfied to fight with an expert, especially with such swordsmanship. He abandoned all distracting thoughts and wholeheartedly devoted himself to the battle with the mysterious man. In the blink of an eye, another quarter of an hour passed. Chu Mu had to use his 2 swords to be on par with the mysterious man. The battle within 3 meters was completely filled with sword light. It was so dense that it seemed to form a ball of sword light. Even if the waning moon sword sage were here, he would not be able to see anything. The thrilling and mysterious battle continued for another half an hour. Chu Mu was completely engrossed in the battle. The potential he had accumulated over the past few years of cultivation was constantly transformed into strength by him during the battle. His swordsmanship became more and more exquisite. Suddenly, the 2 swords missed. Chu Mu suddenly came to his senses. It turned out that the mysterious man had retreated from his 2 swords. This calmness showed that the mysterious man's strength was definitely above his. Waving his 2 swords, Chu Mu looked straight ahead and said, "Your Excellency, are you alone?" "Chu Mu, your attainments in swordsmanship are indeed amazing." My help back, then, was not in vain. The mysterious man's figure seemed to be in the gap between time and space. Chu Mu could see him, but he could not see his face clearly. He could only see a figure. "Help me once?" Chu Mu was startled, and his mind raced. The other party had said that he would help him once, which meant that it would be after he entered the land of exile. Thinking back, Chu Mu suddenly understood where he might have received help from others. It seemed that other than the time when he was chased by Zheng Taijun and the melting snow sword saint of the Iron Wing camp, there was no other help. Back then, Zheng Taijun and the melted snow sword saint were many times stronger than him. They were strong enough to kill him, but they strangely retreated. It turned out that it was this person's doing. "Thank you, Senior." Chu Mu bowed. "No need to be so courteous." The person laughed. His figure seemed to have appeared from the space-time crack and gradually became clearer. It was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe. He looked like a scholar, but he also had the elegance that scholars didn't have. He had a carefree temperament. This unique temperament was extremely conspicuous. If Chu Mu had seen him before, he would definitely have recognized him. Therefore, he was certain that he had never seen this person before. Combining the other party's temperament and his sword technique, Chu Mu's heart trembled. A respectful title flashed through his mind. "Senior, are you King Xuanmiao?" Chu Mu's tone was somewhat serious. King Xuanmiao was one of the 7 kings of the land of exile. He was an absolute existence that stood at the peak of the land of exile. It was certain that the 7 kings were absolute experts. As for what level they belonged to among the absolute experts, Chu Mu did not know. After all, the absolute experts were a domain that Chu Mu was still unable to reach. It was a powerful domain. He had no idea how the absolute experts were divided into strong and weak. However, even the weakest absolute expert was far stronger than the current him by God knows how many times. The 2 of them were not on the same level at all. "What do you mean?" The other party was a little surprised, but he did not deny it. "A feeling." Chu Mu smiled. Even in the face of an absolute expert, Chu Mu would not lose his composure. However, this person had once helped him and saved him the chance to use Bai Ling. Chu Mu was still grateful to him. A good feeling. The other party smiled. This was equivalent to admitting his identity. Shortly after, he looked deeply at Chu Mu and spoke again. "Chu Mu, in the land of exile, there are 7 kings and 6 stars. No, there are 7 stars now. In the future, the original 6 stars will inherit the title of king. However, King Xuanmiao has never accepted a disciple. It's not that he doesn't want to. It's just that he doesn't have a suitable candidate. Senior, thank you for your kind intentions. However, I will not stay in the land of exile," Chu Mu said. "Although King Xuanmiao's words were only half spoken. Chu Mu could already understand the meaning behind his words. He wanted to accept him as a disciple and give him the title of King Xuanmiao in the end. However, Chu Mu's ambition was not in the land of exile. This was the first reason. In the end, King Xuanmiao was only an absolute expert. No matter how strong he was only an absolute expert. That was all. It wasn't that Chu Mu looked down on peerless experts. It was just that peerless experts were realms above the eternal ancient realm. Although they were stronger than Chu Mu was confident that he could reach that realm in the near future. Peerless experts weren't qualified for him to look up to. This was a kind of arrogance that came from the bottom of his heart, from his bones. It was a kind of arrogance that had been accumulated since he stepped on the path of a sword master. Talent, strength, and everything else made Chu Mu far surpass his peers. In terms of battle techniques, he was comparable to absolute experts. In terms of cultivation techniques, the divine wilderness sword art was extremely profound. In terms of inheritance, he had the inheritance of the true god sword sect's myriad sword forest and the inheritance of the sword universe. If he accepted an absolute expert as his master, other than giving him more cultivation resources, would he be able to give Chu Mu a better inheritance? Obviously, it would be very difficult. Moreover, accepting a master was not a small matter. Once one accepted a master, their fates would be intertwined. Therefore, experts would be more cautious when accepting a disciple. They would not easily accept a disciple. Once they accepted a disciple, their fates would be intertwined. King Xuanmiao had not accepted a disciple not because he did not want to, but because there was no suitable one. The requirements of his lineage were rather special. Now, Chu Mu met his requirements, which was why he wanted to accept Chu Mu as his disciple. Unfortunately, Chu Mu did not wait for King Xuanmiao to finish speaking before expressing his attitude. This was to prevent King Xuanmiao from losing face if he refused. Chu Mu was not willing to offend an absolute expert for no reason. Hearing Chu Mu's words, King Xuanmiao did not say anything else. He was an absolute expert, one of the 7 kings. He had his own dignity and pride. After giving Chu Mu a deep look, King Xuanmiao's feet did not move, but his figure shifted back and became blurry. It was as if he had entered the void, into the crack between time and space, gradually disappearing. Chu Mu stared at this method, but he could not see any mysteries behind it. The 7 kings all had complete inheritances, and they were all extraordinary inheritances. These inheritances all had their own mysteries. This was the first time Chu Mu had seen King Xuanmiao, so he did not understand much. Naturally, he did not understand the mysteries behind it. In fact, King Xuanmiao's mysterious Tao involved the changes of time and space, but it was not directly related to time and space. It was a very mysterious cultivation Tao. King Xuanmiao's appearance and departure left Lin Biruo dumbfounded. Her mind was frozen, and she could not think at all. King Xuanmiao. She actually saw King Xuanmiao, one of the 7 kings. He was also the most low-key and mysterious of the 7 kings. King Xuanmiao's words seemed to mean that he still wanted to take her young master as a disciple, but her young master actually refused. Why did he refuse? Lin Biruo only felt her mind in chaos. It was as if she could not think of anything, but also as if all kinds of thoughts were constantly emerging. After a long time, Lin Biruo gradually came back to her senses. Young master. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she did not know what to say. Don't think too much. Cultivate the 8 ripple arts. Chu Mu instructed, then turned and left. He planned to meditate for a while. Cultivation could generally be divided into 2 types, active and passive. After meditating for a while, he would reflect on his sword duel with King Xuanmiao. Chu Mu felt that if he could comprehend even a little bit of that mysterious feeling, his sword skills would definitely improve significantly. King Xuanmiao appeared in the manner had a sword duel with Chu Mu and wanted to take him in as a disciple, but was rejected by Chu Mu. Aside from Chu Mu, Lin Biruo, and King Xuanmiao himself, no one else knew about this. King Xuanmiao would not speak of this matter. Chu Mu would not speak of it, and Lin Biruo would not speak of it either. Otherwise, once the news came out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Time passed. Aside from comprehending and cultivating, Chu Mu would also take some time to teach Lin Biruo sword skills and the 8 ripple arts. As for the Waning Moon Sword Saint and the Monolithic Sword Saint, Chu Mu would only give them some pointers once in a while. A year later, Lin Biruo had reached the entry level of the 8 ripple arts and was able to display a trace of the sword skill's power. There were still a little more than 3 years before the opening of the Black God's secret realm. It was not a long time, so he could only do his best to increase his strength. Chu Mu's cultivation had also reached the peak of the 6th celestial layer, but he was still unable to comprehend the mysterious essence of King Xuanmiao's sword skills. However, he did not make it his main cultivation. After all, it was King Xuanmiao's inheritance, and he did not receive it. It would be very difficult for him to comprehend it through a single duel. As such, Chu Mu still focused on the sword universe and his own sword skills. There are still 3 years left. I have to do my best to reach the 7th celestial layer, Chu Mu thought to himself. The 7th celestial layer was a high-level saint realm expert. It was different from the 6th celestial layer. Once he reached the 7th celestial layer, Chu Mu estimated that his strength would increase significantly. At that time, it would not be impossible for him to rival or even kill an ordinary 9-star Saint Realm expert. A year later, Chu Mu continued to accumulate sword energy. However, according to his calculations, it would be difficult for him to reach the 7th celestial layer when the Black God secret realm opened. Therefore, he went to the battle hall again and entered the silver cultivation room to try to reach the 7th celestial layer. Chapter 1789. This time you guys stay here. Chu Mu said to the 3, Biruo, practice your sword arts well. Yes, young master. Lin Biruo, the Waning Moon Sword Saint, and the Rock Sword Saint replied respectfully. After that, Chu Mu strode out of the manor and headed out of the bloodbath city. He took out his flying shuttle, started it, and left quickly. The 10-year time limit was almost up, and he was going to the Dark God Great Sword to wait for the secret realm to open. It was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity, and he couldn't miss it. There was only one spot, and he was going to enter. As for Lin Biruo and the others, since they couldn't enter, they might as well stay in the bloodbath city. At least it would be safer there. The bright yellow flying shuttle left quickly. Other than Chu Mu, there were also many people heading towards the Dark God Greatsword. The flying shuttles of the 5 Castellan manors, as well as those of the major sections. The 100-meter-long flying shuttles were all set out, and they were all heading towards the same destination. The 10-year time limit, the Dark God's secret realm. The land of exile was shaken, those who had a spot set out and those who didn't. Their goal was to see if there was a chance to enter the secret realm. No one was willing to miss such an opportunity. Big Brother, Third Brother sent news that an ordinary flying shuttle is approaching. It will pass by here in about an hour. A skinny man said, Good. Tell the brothers to get ready. One-Eyed Dragon laughed. Immediately, more than 10 people started to set up traps and stood in position, ready to form a battle formation at any time. This group of people were naturally the bandits of the land of exile. Actually, they couldn't be considered as bandits. They were just taking advantage of this opportunity to act as bandits and kill some people to seize some treasures and wealth that would be helpful to their future cultivation. The opening of the Dark God secret realm was a big event, and those who couldn't enter also wanted to take a look. Naturally, some of the free sword cultivators had other ideas. There were more than a dozen people in the One-Eyed Dragon's group. Normally, they would form small groups and travel around adventuring and training. They were all ruthless people who walked the line between life and death. Of course, if the opponent was too powerful, they would not dare to make a move. They would have to observe first before making a decision. Those who owned flying shuttles were usually different, but there were also differences. An ordinary small flying shuttle was estimated to be at the level of a 9-star saint. However, the battle formation set up by the dozen of them was extremely powerful. Even a 9-star saint who was at the upper level would not be able to escape. It was enough to fight against an ordinary 9-star saint who was at the pinnacle. In many cases, this kind of strength was enough to run amok in the land of exile. It was also what they relied on. Half an hour later, a bright yellow shuttle flew over at an extremely fast speed. While driving the shuttle, Chumu was also multitasking his comprehension. Suddenly, with a boom, the flying shuttle trembled as if it had been hit by something. The tyrannical force actually caused the flying shuttle to sway. Even if it was an ordinary small flying shuttle, its surface was coated with a layer of melted silverstone liquid, which greatly increased its hardness and defensive power. Therefore, although this kind of attack caused the flying shuttle to sway, it was not able to break the defense of the flying shuttle. Of course, the purpose of the One-Eyed Dragons group was not to destroy the flying shuttle. It should be known that any flying shuttle had extraordinary value. If it was slightly damaged, it would cost a lot of money to repair it. Their purpose was naturally to stop the flying shuttle and force out the people inside. Sure enough, under the trap they had set up, the flying shuttle gradually came to a stop. The flying shuttle was bound by a seemingly invisible force. Chu-Mu scanned with his spiritual power and immediately felt it. He opened the door of the flying shuttle and came out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With a series of sounds, figures appeared around him. There were more than 10 people in total, and each of them stood in a position that looked very casual. However, Chu-Mu could see that there was something special about it at a glance. Battle formation. Chu-Mu's comprehension was extremely high. Apart from sword Dao, he also had a certain level of attainment in various aspects such as sword forging, pill refining, sealing formations, and so on. Thus, he could tell at a glance where these people were standing. It was a battle formation. However, Chu-Mu's attainment in battle formations had not reached the level where he could see through them at a glance. However, he could vaguely see that this was not a profound battle formation. Boy, it's your misfortune to have met us. However, you're also very lucky. As long as you obediently hand over your spatial ring and leave the flying shuttle behind, you can live. The One-Eyed Dragon stared at Chu-Mu with his only eye and laughed. If you back off now, you can live. Chu-Mu said indifferently. He was in a hurry to get to the dark god giant sword, so he did not want to be entangled with them. If they backed off obediently, there would be no harm. If they did not, ha 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 ha, a mere early 7th sky of Wangu kid dares to speak so arrogantly. Interesting. I don't even have the heart to kill him. The other party's meaning was clear. Since that was the case, Chu-Mu did not say anything else. There was no point in saying more. He drew his sword. Flames filled the air, and the blazing brilliance, spiritual sword appeared. Spiritual sword. He actually has a spiritual sword. The One-Eyed Dragon and the others' expressions changed drastically. There was a flying shuttle and a spiritual sword. This 7-star martial saint must have a shocking background. In an instant, a trace of hesitation appeared. If they killed the other party and were investigated, they might not be able to keep their lives. In for a penny, in for a pound. Kill him. The One-Eyed Dragon was very decisive and said fiercely. As soon as he finished speaking, a fiery red sword light flashed in front of him. It seemed to come from the void and then from the void. There was no beginning and no end. It was just a line, but it circled around and covered all directions. The One-Eyed Dragon was shocked and hurriedly moved his feet. The place where they stood previously had already formed battle formation. Therefore, with the power of the battle formation, they were not killed by Chu-Mu's sword. Otherwise, with the strength of a middle 9th star martial saint, the One-Eyed Dragon would not be able to dodge Chu-Mu's sword. he also would not be able to block Chu Mu's sword. Now, he had dodged with the help of the battle formation. The one-eyed dragon immediately understood that he had kicked an iron plate. This person's strength was definitely not as simple as a 7-star martial saint. However, it was too late for regrets. As soon as the battle formation moved, Chu Mu sensed it. He did not immediately draw his second sword. Instead, he moved his feet and shifted his body, quickly moving around and dodging to observe the mysteries of the battle formation. Not long after, Chu Mu saw the mysteries of the battle formation. "I see." After muttering to himself, Chu Mu drew his sword again. Clouds emerged and spread out, covering all directions. Immediately, a beam of sword light condensed and pierced out silently. The battle formation, which had been running smoothly, suddenly stopped under Chu Mu's sword. It began to fall apart like a machine that had lost its parts. The sword light turned like falling stars, beams of sharp and domineering, peerlessly swift and fierce, covered all directions. "Stop!" The one-eyed dragon was horrified. He was finally sure that he and others had really kicked an iron plate. He hurriedly shouted. However, Chu Mu did not seem to hear him. Under the falling stars sword style, more than a dozen people were pierced through. Their consciousness was destroyed, and their primordial spirits were collected one by one. There were more than a dozen primordial spirits in total, and all of them had reached the 4th level. He quickly collected everyone's space rings. The sword light turned and cut off the invisible energy entangling the shuttle. It entered the shuttle and started again, leaving behind a trail of dust. It was a classic case of failing to kill and being killed. If the one-eyed dragon and the others knew that the person they were trying to kill was the unparalleled sword star Chu Mu, they would definitely regret it, because with their strength and the cooperation of the battle formation, they could fight against an ordinary 7-star martial saint at the peak. In most cases, their lives would not be in danger. About an hour later, a figure approached. Seeing the corpses on the ground, he let out a shrill cry. Outside the black god giant's sword, many shuttles stopped, and figures walked out from the shuttles. Among them, the most representative shuttles were the shuttles of the 5 castellan mansions. The shuttles of the Slaughter Blood Manor were dark red in color. They looked ferocious and overbearing, like ferocious beasts that chose people to devour. The shuttles of the Black Demon Manor were black in color, as if they could absorb the surrounding light, like devils in the darkness. The shuttles of the Dragon-Slaying Manor were shaped like dragons, overbearing and fierce. The shuttles of the Green Fiend Manor were covered in green light, like dreamy illusions. The shuttles of the Silver Manor were silver-white, like sharp swords that could pierce through everything. Tu Qianjun, Heiju, Longshi, Yan Qingya by Chen, and the others came down from the shuttles one by one. Their auras were obscure and unfathomable. Soon after, a 10-meter-long golden flying shuttle with an incomparably smooth appearance arrived and stopped. It was only 10 meters long, but its color and appearance were exquisite. It was comparable to the flying shuttles of the 5 great city lords' mansions. The door of this exquisite golden shuttle opened, and a figure walked out. He was wearing a long golden robe. Sword star of flowing light, sword stars wind, and sand swirled about. As soon as he appeared, his gaze swept past them, landing on the faces of Tu Qianjun and the others. The 6 great stars had gathered. Apart from the 5 castellan mansions and the 6 great stars, the powerful sects that were second only to the castellan mansions, such as the 3 sacred sects, Evil Dragon Palace, Black Gate, True Devil Palace, Holy Sword Sect, and the others had also arrived. Figures walked out from the shuttles, each of them emitting a powerful aura. The shuttles of the slightly weaker forces had also arrived. Those who were qualified to enter the Black God Secret Realm were basically geniuses. Moreover, they were the outstanding ones among the geniuses. To all the forces, geniuses were worth nurturing. If they were just ordinary cultivators, no matter how many resources and opportunities they were given, their usefulness would be limited. However, if the same resources and opportunities were used on geniuses, the benefits would be greater. Where's Chu Mu? He should be on his way. The 6 great stars had all appeared, but the strongest geniuses of the younger generation were not from the 6 great stars, but the 7 great stars. Chapter 1790. The blood-slaughtering guards in dark red armor, the silver guards in silver white armor, the black demon guards in pure black armor, the blue demon guards in green armor, and the dragon-slaying guards in black armor. The guards of the 5 city lord mansions appeared one after another, and they were scattered in 5 different directions. Every member was at least a 7-star saint, and they were led by an 8-star saint. There were also 9-star saints. The purpose of the 5 city Lord Guards was naturally to maintain order. Once the Black God Mystery Realm opened, there might be some people who wanted to take advantage of the chaos and enter. Therefore, they had to be prepared. The 6-star saints each stood in a direction, and their auras suppressed the others. Following that, the geniuses of the first array also appeared. The geniuses of the first array were all nurtured by the major forces, and they were all very talented and powerful. Ha ha! Brother Lin, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years, and your aura has become even stronger. As soon as this person spoke, his voice rumbled like thunder, and it contained a shocking aura. More than 10 years have passed, but Brother Yin doesn't seem to have made any progress. The person called Brother Lin smiled faintly, and as if flicking away dust, he waved his sleeve and instantly defeated the other party's aura. A hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the Yin expert. He smiled embarrassedly and didn't speak again. This Lin was the 2nd palace master of the Evil Dragon Palace, and he was a dark star saint. Beside him was a youth, and it was his only son, Lin Ziki. Lin Ziki's eyes swept across the crowd as if he was looking for something. Another flying shuttle arrived, and 10 figures walked down from it. The person in the lead was a youth, and he attracted a lot of attention as soon as he appeared. Aurora Sword Sovereign Zhao Wuji. Ever since he was defeated by unparalleled Sword Star a few years ago, he disappeared without a trace. I don't know where he went. Seeing that his cultivation is even stronger than before, it seems like he went into seclusion to cultivate. As soon as Zhao Wuji appeared, his gaze swept across the crowd. He first glanced at Zhou, Jiaming, and the other geniuses of the first array, and then at the 6-star saints, but he didn't find Chu Mu. Ha 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 ha. I, Fan Wenjie, will definitely be able to raise my strength to the limit in the Black God Mystery Realm. A laugh rang out. At first, it sounded distant, but when the last word was spoken, it sounded like it was right next to everyone's ears. Then, a figure with a strange color appeared. Sword Monarch of 100 Transformations, Fan Wenjie. Here comes another hidden genius who is not inferior to the top 3 geniuses in the first array. The so-called hidden genius was just a title. However, there were also some low-profile geniuses who would suddenly appear and display shocking talent. These people were known as hidden geniuses. For example, Zhao Wuji was a hidden genius. Fan Wenjie, who had appeared now, was a genius who appeared after Zhao Wuji. Because the sword techniques he cultivated were ever-changing and could be said to be extremely changeable, he was called the Sword Monarch of 100 Transformations. Fan Wenjie, let's see who can improve the most in the Black Mystic Realm. Another voice rang out. Like a sudden clap of thunder, a figure shot out along the ground. Feng Wui, let's fight. Fan Wenjie smiled mischievously and didn't show any weakness. Sword Monarch Feng Wui. The 3rd hidden genius. It seems like the hidden geniuses can't sit still after the opening of the Black God Mystic Realm. The Black God Mystic Realm was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. If the hidden geniuses didn't come out and fight for this opportunity, they would be fools. More and more experts arrived. Dark Star Sword Saints and even bright moon sword saints appeared. However, the highest-ranked bright young sword saints were nowhere to be seen. No one knew if they even existed. As for the 7 kings, although such a grand event was huge, it wasn't enough for them to make a move. Of course, other than themselves, no one else knew that they had already arrived and were hiding in the void to watch. At this time, a bright yellow flying shuttle rapidly approached and stopped. The door opened and a figure walked out. It's Chu-Mu. The 7th star, unparalleled sword star Chu-Mu is here. As soon as the exclamations rang out, gazes immediately shifted over. Those gazes were intense, like sharp sword light, piercing through the void and landing on Chu-Mu's face. In an instant, Chu-Mu felt that the gazes were like swords piercing through him. However, his expression didn't change, as if he didn't feel the pressure from those gazes. Bai Chen's indifferent expression changed, and a trace of a smile flashed across his face. Zhao Wuji took a few steps forward, cupping his hands at Chu-Mu. "Brother Chu, I thought you wouldn't come. How can I miss this once-in-a-millennium opportunity?" Chu-Mu smiled. "You're the so-called 7th star, Chu-Mu?" A voice interrupted. Feng Wui's eyes seemed to contain traces of lightning. He leaped up, turning into a bolt of lightning, shooting towards Chu-Mu. "Let me see if your unparalleled sword star is worthy of its name." Feng Wui's sword art was called Thunder Hibernation. The so-called Thunder Hibernation was like a clap of thunder, shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. If Feng Wui didn't draw his sword, he wouldn't be a threat. The moment he drew his sword, all his energy would converge into one, instantly releasing an incomparably terrifying might. Feng Wui instantly drew his sword, and a bolt of lightning flowed around the sword, heading straight for the tip of the sword. It turned into a bolt of lightning, sharp, violent, and extremely tyrannical. This sword move was straightforward, without any variations. It was just a simple sword thrust, and Feng Wui's body merged with his sword. The speed was extremely fast, and it was incomparably shocking. Feng Wui fully displayed his cultivation as an 8-star martial sage, ferocious and tyrannical. Feng Wui was originally several hundred meters away from Chu-Mu. However, in the blink of an eye, he merged with his sword, turning into a bolt of thunder hibernation, sword light. He instantly tore through the sky and appeared before Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu's eyes reflected the thunder hibernation, sword light. He could clearly feel a tyrannical aura charging over. A shocking aura locked onto him. Chu-Mu was very clear that the instant Feng Wui's sword struck him, all the terrifying energy contained within would be released instantly, destroying the target. This Feng Wui seemed to be probing, but he was actually merciless. "Idiot," Zhao Wuji said inwardly. Bai Chen and the others were not worried. If Chu-Mu couldn't even block one of Feng Wui's sword moves, then he really didn't have the qualifications to be on the same level as them. Chu-Mu's figure did not move. A sword light bloomed in his hand, and he instantly slashed out. Feng Wui's swordsmanship was indeed profound, but compared to Bai Chen, there was still a gap, not to mention King Xuanmiao. Thus, the instant Feng Wui attacked, Chu-Mu saw the profoundness of his opponent's swordsmanship. He also saw the flaws in his opponent's swordsmanship. Chu-Mu's sword followed the flaws in his opponent's swordsmanship and instantly broke it. The sword light, which was like a hidden thunderbolt, did not even have time to release its shocking power before it was broken by Chu-Mu. A cold light was released in front of his eyes, causing Feng Wui's pupils to tremble. With a surge of energy, he quickly waved the sword in his hand, condensing a lightning sword wall in front of him to block Chu-Mu's sword. Feng Wui's cultivation was at the early stage of the 8-star Saint Realm, but his strength was strong enough to match the peak of the 9-star Saint Realm. Thus, it was not easy to deal with him with one sword move. The lightning sword wall shattered under Chu-Mu's sword. Feng Wui took advantage of this opportunity to fly back. He felt the sword in his hand tremble incessantly. A wave of energy constantly attacked it, forcing him to use more strength to hold it tightly. Chu Mu took a step forward, raised his sword, and slashed down. In an instant, the fiery red sword light seemed to fall from the sky, locking onto Feng Wui and slashing down. If Feng Wui had only been testing Chu Mu before, Chu Mu would not have cared. The problem was that Feng Wui had attacked without mercy. Since that was the case, Chu Mu would not show mercy either. Stop! Feng Wui's expression changed greatly. He felt that this sword would be difficult for him to block. If he could not block it, it was very likely that he would be killed on the spot. In an instant, Feng Wui was in a hopeless situation. An incomparably powerful sword light tore through the sky, slashing from the side. It collided with the fiery red sword chi, and with a bang both dissipated. Someone attacked and destroyed Chu Mu's sword chi, saving Feng Wui. Many thanks, Senior. Once Feng Wui was safe, he immediately retreated. He looked at the person who had attacked and cupped his hands. It was nothing. The person who had attacked smiled faintly. It was the Evil Dragon Palace's second palace master, Lin Jintong. The reason why he had attacked was very simple. His only son, Lin Ziki, had told him that Chu Mu was Chu Mu after he had appeared. Lin Ziki and Chu Mu had some conflicts. Lin Jintong already knew about this. If it was before, he would not have cared. However, Chu Mu was the unparalleled sword star of the 7th star. He had no choice but to pay attention to him. If it had been someone else, they might have tried to ease the conflict and resolve it in the end. However, Lin Jintong's thoughts were different. He wanted to kill Chu Mu. That way, there would be no conflict. Chu Mu glanced over. Lin Jintong also glanced over. His gaze was incomparably sharp, carrying a shocking killing intent. In the next breath, Lin Jintong was about to attack. Bai Chen and the others narrowed their eyes. Lin Jintong was a veteran Dark Star Sword Saint expert. His strength was more than 10 times more terrifying than an ordinary Peak 9-star Saint expert. Could Chu Mu resist him? Suddenly, there was a rumble and the earth shook. Everyone's attention was attracted. It turned out that the black deity huge sword was shaking. Under the shaking, a wave of ripples instantly spread out from the black deity huge sword, sweeping in all directions. It swept past everyone's bodies, making them feel an incomparably tyrannical aura. No one could resist it. Shortly after, a terrifying sharpness soared from the black deity huge sword, stirring up the wind and clouds. The sky suddenly turned dark, and it was as if night had descended. Numerous extremely terrifying spatial rifts appeared frequently, and they crisscrossed and covered the sky. Every single spatial rift was pitch black, and it was like the mouth of a primeval ferocious beast that intended to devour the heavens and the earth and annihilate all life. The sharpness of the divine sword and spatial cracks. Such power caused everyone's expression to change greatly. They were incomparably shocked. Chapter 1791. Every spatial crack caused people's hearts to tremble in fear. Even the bright moon sword saints didn't dare to face it head-on. Luckily, the spatial cracks only appeared in the sky. It was absolutely safe below. Otherwise, no one would dare to stand there. A terrifying aura and a world-shaking sharpness constantly shot out from the black god greatsword. The energy that had been accumulated for thousands of years seemed to be released at this moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the black god greatsword's sharp aura. The black god greatsword, which was thousands of meters tall, seemed to be constantly being tempered and condensed under the sharp aura, turning into a solid entity. Pressure, an unprecedented pressure, spread out from the black god huge sword. It covered all directions and landed on everyone's bodies. It was like an invisible mountain was pressing down on them. Even Chu Mu felt that his body was slightly heavier, let alone the cultivators who were weaker than him. They all circulated their sword origin and release their auras to resist the pressure of the black god huge sword. No one retreated. The cultivators who came here were at least at the early stage of the seventh sky of the Wangu realm. In other words, they were at least at the early stage of the seven-star saint realm. Facing this kind of pressure, they were able to resist. Of course, this was also because the black god huge sword wasn't targeting them directly. If the black god huge sword was targeting them directly, even the 5 bright moon sword saints wouldn't be able to withstand it. No one said anything. They all looked up and circulated their sword origin to release their auras to resist the pressure. They all had a feeling that the black god mysterious realm was about to open. Rumble. Accompanied by countless spatial fissures, pitch-black arcs of lightning leaped about and condensed into black bolts of lightning. These bolts of lightning seemed capable of absorbing all the light in the world. The moment they appeared, the light in the world immediately dimmed as if night was about to descend. The terrifying black lightning was like a black dragon swimming in the sky. It was actually able to pass through the spatial cracks without being damaged. This scene made everyone's hearts jump. The aura that came out of the spatial cracks was enough to make people despair. The black dragon, like lightning, could pass through them freely. This meant that the black dragon, like lightning, was even more terrifying than the spatial cracks. Everyone could not help but rejoice once again. Chu Mu stared closely at one of the black evil dragon thunderbolts. He could keenly feel a very unique aura rippling within the black thunderbolts. This was an aura he had never felt before. It was very unique and also very terrifying. It was frightening. There was no sign of life. All living things in the world more or less contained some life force. However, Chumu couldn't feel any life force from the black, evil, dragon-like lightning. There wasn't even a sliver. This kind of aura was similar to the aura of destruction. However, it was even more terrifying than destruction. It was simply the destruction of destruction. It had reached the pinnacle of destruction. Everything that was affected by it would be destroyed and completely disappear from the world. What a terrifying power! Chumu couldn't help but feel horrified in his heart, and then he revealed a yearning. If I'm able to comprehend this energy and condense it into sword intent. As he thought of this, his heart palpitated with excitement. If he could master this terrifying power and cultivate it into his sword intent, then the power of his sword intent would definitely rise to another level, and his strength would definitely become even more powerful. After all, he had 2 sword souls and 2 sword intents. One of them was the eternal sword soul, which contained the eternal sword intent. The other was an ordinary sword soul, which also contained an ordinary sword intent. The eternal sword intent was indeed the top existence among sword intents. It was very high-end and mysterious. However, in terms of destructive power, the eternal sword intent was actually not outstanding. Of course, this was only relative. Chu Mu was sure that if he could get the power of the black, evil, dragon thunderbolt and cultivate it into his sword soul and sword intent, its level would definitely not be inferior to that of the eternal sword intent. Moreover, its destructive power would definitely surpass that of the eternal sword intent. Rush up. Chu Mu abandoned this idea as soon as it popped up in his head. Rushing up was simply playing with his life. Not to mention whether he could obtain that kind of power if he rushed up. Just a slight ripple from the spatial cracks that kept appearing would be enough to kill him. Furthermore, even if he avoided the space cracks and came into contact with the black thunderbolt, the power was not something that he could bear. He would be turned into ashes in an instant. Why don't I try my spiritual energy? Chu Mu said to himself. He condensed his spiritual energy into a beam and released it instantly. In an instant, the beam of spiritual energy shot up into the sky and rose a few thousand meters in the blink of an eye. A space crack suddenly appeared. Coincidentally, Chu Mu's spiritual energy could not dodge in time and was directly affected by the space crack and swallowed up. The terrifying power attacked. Chu Mu's expression changed, and he hurriedly cut off the connection with his spiritual energy so that he would not be affected by the power of the space crack. Losing a bit of spiritual energy was nothing. After all, it could be recovered quickly. However, the power of the space crack made Chu-Mu fearful. When Chu-Mu released his spiritual energy, it naturally caused some subtle fluctuations. Most cultivators would not be able to detect it, but a few experts could sense it. Bai Qin and the others looked at Chu-Mu, somewhat puzzled. However, experts like Lin Jintong sneered, secretly thinking that this lad was courting death. Chu-Mu frowned. After a while, he released another beam of spiritual energy. Last time he was not prepared. This time, after repeated simulations and entering the realm of emptiness, his senses were more than 10 times clearer. If he failed again on the second try, he could only give up. This time, the speed of his spiritual energy was not as fast and was even more careful. When a space crack appeared, Chu-Mu immediately felt an intense sense of danger. He hurriedly controlled his spiritual energy to avoid it and continue upwards. This feeling was like dancing on the tip of a knife. It was incomparably dangerous and exciting. Chu-Mu had no choice but to focus. Zhao Wuji's figure flashed and appeared beside Chu-Mu, standing properly. Following that, Bai Qin also took a step forward and appeared on the other side of Chu-Mu. Their purpose in doing so was very clear: to act as protectors. However, they did not understand what Chu-Mu was doing. Of course, they did not know whether Chu-Mu could protect himself or not. They had to help him. Zhao Wuji acted as protector because Chu-Mu did not blame him for his failure in the challenge back then. As for Bai Qin, it was because he thought that Chu-Mu was a good opponent. Chu-Mu could sense the two's actions. Although he was originally focused, he still paid attention to his surroundings. Once someone tried to harm him, he would immediately abandon his spiritual energy. Now it was good. He could focus on controlling his spiritual energy. With more focus, it was naturally easier to control it. Shao Qin continuously dodged the spatial cracks and headed upwards, approaching the black lightning. Finally, Chu-Mu's beam of spiritual energy came into contact with a black lightning bolt that looked like an evil dragon. The moment they came into contact, Chu-Mu immediately felt an indescribable power of extreme destruction rapidly shatter his god soul. No, it wasn't shatter, it was strangely annihilated, completely obliterating it into nothingness. In an instant, an extremely strong sense of danger emerged. This sense of danger was even stronger than when Chu-Mu was facing a powerful enemy of an absolute expert. Without any hesitation, Chu-Mu immediately cut off the remaining small portion of his spiritual energy. Before he could let out a sigh of relief, his hair stood on end, and his hair stood on end. Even his soul was trembling. That terrifying aura actually followed the trajectory of his spiritual energy and shot towards Chu-Mu. Fast, too fast, indescribably fast. In an instant, before even a bright moon sword saint could react, that aura had already followed the trajectory of his spiritual energy and shot into Chu-Mu's spiritual world. It was too fast, and Chu-Mu could not react at all. With such speed, not to mention Chu-Mu, even a bright moon sword saint would not be able to detect it. Even the 7 kings only sensed it in an instant and could not react in time. That aura was very faint, to the point that it was difficult to distinguish. However, it was also very terrifying. A faint aura entered Chu-Mu's spiritual world. Immediately, Chu-Mu's spiritual world began to tremble, and the wind and clouds began to surge. The strands of power of laws were rapidly obliterated by this tiny aura, vanishing into nothingness. The power of the 5 laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth continued to grow and multiply. In less than 10 breaths of time, it completely disappeared. Then the power of the law of lightning also disappeared under that aura. Chu-Mu's spiritual energy could not get close at all, because once it got close, it would immediately be obliterated by that aura. How can this be? Chu-Mu was extremely shocked. Terrifying, it was simply too terrifying. It was just a very faint aura, but it contained such terrifying power. It actually destroyed his power of laws and the power of laws. Although the power of laws was no longer of much use to him now, seeing the power of laws that he had painstakingly comprehended in the past being obliterated and obliterated without leaving any trace behind was still a very uncomfortable feeling. What should I do? Chu Mu's mind spun rapidly, and he did not fall into chaos because of this. Think of a way. He had to think of a way to resolve this matter. Otherwise, all the power in his spiritual world would be obliterated by this strand of power. At that time, even his soul would not be spared. Under that aura, the power of the law of wind was obliterated and vanished without a trace. Then, the power of the law of time was obliterated as well. Soon, all the power of laws in Chu Mu's spiritual world vanished. Only the last strand of the power of the law of space still emitted a faint light. Chapter 1792. The power of the law of space could not be destroyed. Although Chu Mu felt that it was a pity that the other law powers had disappeared, they were no longer of much use to him. However, the spatial law powers were related to his portable small space. Once they disappeared, the portable small space would also disappear. In his portable mini space, there was still the crystal coffin of the sword Spirit of the Void, as well as some other important treasures. Once the power of the law of space disappeared, the portable mini-space would also disappear. At that time, everything in it would also disappear. No one knew where they would go. However, what could he do to preserve the power of the law of space? At this time, the subtle but terrifying aura had already spread to the last bit of the law of space. The void secret tome trembled and released a strong light, illuminating Chu Mu's entire spiritual world. The power of the void secret tome resisted the subtle and terrifying aura for a moment. This gave Chu Mu hope. However, the power of the void secret tome was being eaten away at an extremely fast speed. The trembling of the void secret tome became more and more obvious. It seemed that it would not be able to hold on for long. Once the power of the void secret tome was eaten away, even the void secret tome would not be spared. In the end, the void secret tome was not a physical object. It was just an illusory existence. It was a kind of thing that was condensed and constructed with special power for inheritance. The power of the spirit cannot resist it. The power of the primordial spirit cannot resist it either. Chu Mu's mind was constantly spinning at an unimaginable speed as he tried to think of a solution. If the void secret tome disappeared, the power of the law of space would also disappear. At that time, it would be other things that would suffer, such as his primordial spirit, sword soul, and sword essence. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Sword soul, sword essence. Chu Mu immediately caught the idea. I have sword essence. I have eternal sword essence. My eternal root bone is indestructible and immortal. Maybe Chu Mu seemed to see hope. At this moment, the light of the secret void codex had already been devoured. The terrifying aura had already touched the body of the secret void codex. The secret void codex kept shaking, and the light on its body became very unstable. Chu Mu hurriedly mobilized the eternal sword intent and split out a strand of eternal sword intent power, shooting it towards the faint aura. In an instant, the eternal sword came into contact with the terrifying aura, but it was not immediately destroyed. On the contrary, it was able to resist it for a while. Chu Mu's eyes instantly lit up. Although the eternal sword intent was still obliterated after a few breaths and disappeared without a trace, he saw a sliver of hope. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, Chu Mu would definitely not give up. This was a way to save himself. At this moment, the secret tome of the void was further affected. Its light started to weaken. Chu Mu knew that the void secret codex had also been damaged. Chu Mu could accept the fact that the secret void codex had been destroyed. However, he could not afford to lose the power of the law of space. He immediately mobilized more eternal sword intent and split it into 2 strands. They attacked from the left and right, as if he was using a sword technique to attack. After 10 breaths, the 2 strands of eternal sword intent were also obliterated. However, Chumu was keenly aware that the faint aura seemed to have disappeared a little. Consumption. His power was being consumed, but the aura was also being consumed. If Chumu had only seen a glimmer of hope before, then now, this hope was magnified. He mobilized the power of the eternal sword intent time and time again to attack the aura. Although it was obliterated time and time again, the aura was indeed weakening in Chumu's perception. Not long after, the void secret tome had already dissipated and completely disappeared. Chumu could not help but feel a sense of loss. However, he did not have the time to experience it. Instead, he constantly mobilized the power of eternal sword intent to consume that sliver of aura. With the consumption, half of Chumu's eternal sword intent was also consumed. The eternal sword intent contained a trace of eternal power. It was not much, but the eternal power was infinitely mysterious. It could not be directly reflected in destructive power, but it had an amazing effect in terms of protection. The power of destruction and the power of immortality belonged to the same level of power. One was superior, and the other was inferior. Now, the power of destruction and the power of destruction belonged to the same level of power. However, the power of immortality that Chumu had mastered was still very small. Now his level was too low. It was already a great opportunity for him to obtain a trace of the power of immortality and refine it into the eternal sword intent. He could not cultivate it directly. Otherwise, if the power of immortality contained in his eternal sword intent was more tyrannical, it would be enough to fight against the ultimate power of destruction. He would not have to use such a method of consumption. The difference between the two was obvious. That trace of ultimate power of destruction, although more than the power of immortality that Chumu had mastered, could not be replenished after it was consumed. It was like an isolated army. On the other hand, Chumu had mastered the power of immortality. Although it was very small, it could take a period of time to recover after it was consumed. Under this situation, Chumu gradually gained the upper hand. Seeing that most of the aura of ultimate power of destruction had been consumed, and only a small part was left, Chumu suddenly had a thought. An even bolder idea suddenly popped up in his mind. The destructive power of this power was extremely tyrannical and terrifying. It was the first time he had seen something like this in his life. Its level was also comparable to the power of immortality. It was an extremely high-end power. In that case, could he master it? Looking at the other sword soul, he immediately mobilized the ordinary sword intent in it. Under the activation, the entire sword intent instantly shot out. It was like a divine sword that had been tempered thousands of times, piercing towards the remaining trace of ultimate power of destruction. In an instant, it hit its target. The ordinary sword intent directly absorbed the trace of aura. As soon as it was absorbed, Chumu immediately felt that his ordinary sword intent was being eaten away from the inside. It began to collapse and be destroyed. Chumu was extremely calm. He was not surprised at all. He had already expected this. The sword intent quickly entered the sword soul. With the support of the sword soul, it immediately became much more stable. It had a greater restraint on the trace of ultimate power of destruction. Immediately, Chumu mobilized the eternal sword soul. He approached the ordinary sword soul and mobilized the eternal sword intent. It suspended above the ordinary sword soul and released the aura of the eternal sword intent. It penetrated into the ordinary sword soul and into the ordinary sword intent, suppressing the trace of ultimate power of destruction. With the suppression of the eternal sword intent, the trace of ultimate power of destruction's destruction of the ordinary sword intent was reduced to the lowest point. The ordinary sword intent's recovery speed kept up. The two sides barely managed to maintain a balance. Good. In this way, the ordinary sword intent that has been destroyed will disappear. It will recover and become whole again. After a long time, the ordinary sword intent will be affected by the trace of ultimate power of destruction. It will gradually change and eventually become a new and more powerful sword intent. Chu-mu thought to himself. He was extremely happy. All kinds of power of law and rules of the void had disappeared. In the end, he had exchanged it for an extremely powerful sword intent. It was very worthwhile. The disappointment in his heart was swept away. However, Chu-mu was somewhat speechless. In the current situation, his eternal sword intent and ordinary sword intent would not be able to be used for a period of time. In other words, his strength would be reduced because he could not use sword intent. He estimated that his strength would fall to the level of an ordinary peak 9-star saint. With his early 7th sky of the ancient era cultivation, having the strength of a peak 9-star saint was very shocking. However, Chu-mu felt that it was far from enough. However, when the new sword intent appears, my strength will definitely rise again from my original foundation. Chu-mu thought to himself. The feeling of being filled with hope was very good. Many thanks, Brother Bai and Brother Zhao. Chu-mu's consciousness turned from the inside out. He immediately spoke and clasped his hands at Bai Chen and Zhao Wuji. Bai Chen nodded. His figure flashed, and he returned to the Silver Mansion's camp. Zhao Wuji waved his hand. Brother Chu, don't be like this. I didn't do anything. Some people who knew Zhao Wuji opened their eyes wide. He was a very arrogant person. At this moment, there was no arrogance at all. No one knew that in this short period of time, Chu-mu's spiritual world had undergone an unimaginable change. He had spent a lot of time comprehending and tempering the power of laws. In the end, only the power of the law of space was left. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to protect his personal space, Chu-mu probably wouldn't have put in so much effort to protect it. Chu-mu's sword intent was also temporarily unable to be used due to various reasons. His offensive power had dropped by a level. However, at this moment, Chu-mu felt a very relaxed feeling. It wasn't a feeling of relaxation in his body, but in his consciousness. It was a feeling of relaxation in his soul. It had to be known that comprehending the power of heaven and earth required one's soul to bear it. The more power of heaven and earth there was, the greater the burden. Hence, when the power of laws disappeared, the burden on Chu-mu's soul lessened a lot. Naturally, he felt relaxed. At this moment, as the black god greatsword's terrifying sharpness charged forward, the countless spatial cracks in the sky seemed to be connected. The streaks of black, lightning, gradually became orderly. Following this, a black vortex gradually appeared in the sky and gradually expanded. It was pitch black like the mouth of a giant beast. It made one's heart turn cold. Only when the pitch-black vortex had expanded to 1,000 feet did it finally stop. Numerous pitch-black thunderbolts swam in the surroundings like evil dragons, causing the pitch-black vortex to continuously stabilize. The spatial crack no longer appeared. The gate to the Black God secret realm has appeared. Those with a quota may enter. A voice rang out. Following this, 5 figures soared into the sky. They stood under the black vortex in 5 different directions. Chapter 1793. The 100-jong black vortex was like a giant millstone that could crush heaven and earth. Boundless and vigorous, extreme destruction and endless growth. An extremely terrifying suction force spread out from the pitch-black vortex and went straight down. 5 average-sized figures hovered in the air below the black vortex, exuding a majestic aura. Behind them were 5 giant, illusory figures that exuded a frightening aura. They were the 5 experts from the 5 Castellan manors, 5 bright moon sword saints. Below them, the 5 Castellan manors guards also flew up one by one, spreading out in 5 different directions. The hierarchy was strict and distinct, completely eliminating the possibility of others trying to fish in troubled waters. Only those with a quota could enter. Without a quota, they could only watch from the outside. If it was possible, the more people that entered the Black Mystery Realm, the better it would be. However, that was not the case. The resources to raise one's strength inside the Black Mystery Realm were fixed. If too few people entered, they would not be able to make full use of it. If too many people entered, it would not be enough. The first to enter were the 5 Castellan Manners geniuses, led by 2 Qianjun by Qin and the other Star Realm geniuses. They soared into the air and entered the black vortex in the blink of an eye. Each of the 5 Castellan Manners had 10 quotas. Following them were the powerful sects that were second only to the 5 Castellan Manners. Forces like the 3 Sacred Sects and Evil Dragon Hall had fewer quotas, each having 8 quotas. Following them were 6 quotas for quotas and finally 2 quotas. These people who entered came from various forces. Finally, it was Chu Mu and the other freelance sword cultivators who had obtained 10 quotas at the auction. Other than them, secluded geniuses like Zhao Wuji also had the qualifications to enter. Perhaps they had obtained the quotas through other means. When Chu Mu and the others flew up and were about to enter the Black Vortex, an 8 or 9-star realm mid-level Saint Realm expert leaped into the air. Using a mysterious movement technique, he passed through the 5 Castellan Manners guards' blockade at an astonishing speed, catching up to Chu Mu and the others, wanting to enter the Black Vortex with them. This person did not have a quota, but wanted to fish in troubled waters to enter the Black Mystery Realm, courting death. The golden sword radiance was like a blooming lotus, tearing apart the illusory figure. From the shattered shadow, an even more secretive shadow shot out, and its speed suddenly doubled. Destroy! The second bright moon sword saint made a move. He flicked his finger, and a streak of fire shot out like a shooting star. It gathered the fiercest flames in the world and followed a mysterious trajectory in the sky. It seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. It hit the shadow that was faster and more hidden. A small spark instantly turned into a prairie fire. In an instant, the illusory figure was burned. A miserable shriek reverberated in the sky, causing people to tremble in fear. From the moment the illusory figure appeared to the moment it was burned and disappeared, it took less than 2 breaths of time. The amazing movement technique surprised Chu Mu and the others. If it weren't for the bright moon sword saints guarding the place, that person would have succeeded in fishing in troubled waters. Trespassers without a quota, kill without mercy. The bright moon sword saint who made a move looked down. His eyes shot out a sharp light, and layers of ripples appeared in the void. It was as if he could burn the void and everything in the world with a single glance. Such power made some of the people below who wanted to make a move give up on the idea of fishing in troubled waters. Chu Mu jumped into the pitch-black whirlpool. It was as if night had fallen, and he couldn't see anything. He could only feel traces of extremely powerful aura surrounding him. This aura was cold and tyrannical, and it kept attacking his body. The world seemed to be spinning, and the chilly wind roared. Flames burned the sky. His body felt like it was in a furnace, and it was being tempered. It was as if 1,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. His feet landed on the ground, and the scenery in front of him became clear. The dry land was scorched, and smoke rose into the sky. It was as if an endless volcano was erupting. Black and red colors intertwined in the sky. It was gloomy and oppressive, as if it could collapse at any time. Pitch-black cracks appeared and disappeared everywhere, and it emitted a despairing terror. It was like purgatory, and it was like the end of the world. Chu Mu had imagined the Black Mystery Realm, but he didn't expect it to be so desolate and harsh. It was like a purgatory. It was impossible to fly in this place. The yuan qi of heaven and earth here was very thin, and the power of heaven and earth was very chaotic. Cultivators who didn't have enough comprehension would find it hard to control and display their strength. However, those who could enter the Black Mystery Realm were either experts or true geniuses. Therefore, the chaos of the power of heaven and earth wasn't much of a hindrance to them. The only thing worth noting was that the thin yuan qi of heaven and earth couldn't help them recover their yuan qi. They could only rely on elixirs. Therefore, these people had prepared a large amount of elixirs to recover their yuan qi. In the desolate and harsh environment, the aura of coldness and tyranny intertwined. It rippled in the void and suddenly became stronger. Another damned human has come in. Kill them all. A strange voice sounded. It was a language that was similar to human language, but not human at the same time. Chu Mu could vaguely understand it. Soon after, numerous figures swiftly flew over from afar and launched fierce attacks. These figures looked a little like humans. They had a head, a body, and 4 limbs. They stood like humans and walked on 2 feet. However, they weren't humans. They had horns on their heads, and in addition to 2 eyes, there was a 3rd eye between their eyebrows. Their faces were ferocious, and their bodies were covered in thumb-sized scales. Their arms were as thick as their thighs, and they were very long. Their sharp claws seemed to be able to tear through everything. These monsters were generally more than 2 meters tall. There were a total of 4 of these monsters. After they surrounded Chu Mu, they immediately attacked. Their meter-long arms clawed out fiercely, and the space was torn apart like a piece of cloth, leaving behind cold marks. Fierce and direct, tragic and tyrannical. A fierce aura spread out and attacked. Such an attack was so sudden and so fast that an ordinary 7-star saint expert couldn't dodge it and would be torn apart immediately. However, Chu Mu was no ordinary 7-star saint. His eyes flashed. He didn't even draw his sword. Instead, he put his fingers together and slashed out. It seemed slow, but it was incomparably fast. It was a sharp contrast to the claws of his opponents. The intersection of speed and slowness created a gap. A slight puffing sound was heard. An ray of sword light swept through the air, turning into a ring that cut through the air. Immediately, it changed from tough to soft, like 4 threads intertwining with each other, layer by layer. The bodies of the 4 monsters trembled, and their movements suddenly stopped. No matter how hard they tried, they could not move. Sword chi threads. This was an extremely brilliant technique. It was a new technique that Chu Mu had grasped after his sword mastery had continuously increased. He could activate his own sword origin and transform it into sword aura. Then he could transform the incomparably sharp sword aura into a thread. After the sword-like threads entangled the 4 monsters, Chu Mu studied them carefully. He knew that these monsters had a name. They were called the ominous demons of the mystic realm. The ominous demons of the mystic realm were the only living creatures in the black mystic realm. They were also the only intelligent creatures. Their language was similar to human language, and it was hard to understand. Trapped by Chu Mu's sword chi, the 4 ominous demons suddenly screamed and struggled. They exerted force and twisted their bodies, but they couldn't do anything. Chu Mu sized up the 4 ominous demons. The horns on their foreheads were black, indicating that they were the lowest level of ominous demons. The ominous demons of the mystic realm were divided into iron-horned ominous demons, copper-horned ominous demons, and silver-horned ominous demons. Above them were the golden-horned ominous demons. The strength of an iron-horned ominous demon was about the level of a 7-star saint, and so on. A copper-horned ominous demon was equivalent to an 8-star saint, a silver-horned ominous demon was equivalent to a 9-star saint, and a golden-horned ominous demon was equivalent to a legend. However, the ferocious demons were even more powerful than regular human sword saints. This was because the ferocious demons had a special characteristic, which was that they possessed extremely terrifying physical strength, great strength, and extraordinary speed. Their scales possessed astonishing defensive abilities, and their self-healing abilities were shocking as well. Ordinary injuries could be healed in an extremely short amount of time. Lastly, the ominous demons of the mystic realm were very tenacious. They were very difficult to kill. One had to break their core to truly kill them. However, the core of the ominous demons was not fixed in one place. It could move around and was difficult to control. The power of spiritual energy covered the 4 ominous demons and carefully observed them. Although Chu-Mu had some understanding before entering, what he heard was not as real as what he saw with his own eyes. Chu-Mu's god soul power covered the 4 iron horn fierce demons and seeped into their bodies to sense carefully. At this moment, the 4 iron horn fierce demons suddenly gave up struggling. The third eye between their eyebrows suddenly lit up and shot out beams of black iron light. They were as sharp as swords and as fast as lightning, piercing through the void. Chu-Mu's footsteps shifted as if he had already been prepared. He calmly dodged the 4 black iron beams. With a thought, a thread-like sword aura broke through the tough scales of the fierce demons and cut into their bodies. The pain caused the 4 fierce demons to instantly roar out. In an instant, the 4 ominous demons were cut into dozens of pieces by Chu-Mu's sword Qi and fell to the ground. No blood flowed out. Each piece of flesh was trembling, slowly approaching each other and piecing themselves together. What an amazing vitality! Chu-Mu couldn't help but be stunned. According to the current situation, these 4 ominous demons that had been cut into dozens of pieces would be able to be pieced back together and resurrected in less than a quarter of an hour. However, Chu-Mu didn't give them the chance. Under the sword Qi, he directly pierced through their exposed cores. Suddenly, an invisible force spread out from their cores. Chapter 1794. Smoke rose from all directions. If the purgatory was such a harsh place, ordinary people would not be able to survive in it. A group of ominous demons from the mystic realm surged over from all directions. Frighteningly ferocious roars came from their mouths as their sharp claws tore through the air. The third eye between their eyebrows shot out beams of bronze or black iron light that were as sharp as swords, piercing through the void. Ferocious, ruthless, tyrannical, and terrifying. Claw shadows filled the sky, sharp and unparalleled. Faced with this, Lin Ziki's expression abruptly changed and he subconsciously took a step back. When the person beside him saw Lin Ziki's action, he frowned slightly and immediately scolded. "Chi-er, we sword cultivators have no fear in our hearts. Our swords can cut through anything. How can you retreat?" "Father, I was wrong." Lin Ziki hurriedly admitted his mistake and took a step forward. His face was filled with determination as he looked straight at the group of ominous beasts. Lin Ziki was a genius. The reason why he took a step back was because it was his first time entering the dark god mystic realm. The ominous beasts of the mystic realm were incomparably ferocious and ferocious. In addition, there were many ominous beasts charging at him. Their attacks were shocking enough to tear Lin Ziki apart. A tyrannical aura was released from Lin Jintong's body, instantly covering the surrounding ominous beasts. The aura was so strong that it caused the void to tremble as if it was frozen. More than a dozen ominous beasts of the mystic realm stopped in their tracks. An indescribable sword light streaked across the sky like an evil dragon, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was arrogant and domineering. With a loud roar, it destroyed all the ominous beasts of the ominous beasts. Beams of light hit it, but they all dissipated, unable to damage it at all. When the evil dragon appeared, all the ominous beasts of the mystic realm were torn apart wherever it passed. Whether it was the iron horn ominous beasts or the copper horn ominous beasts, none of them were spared. There was no need to waste divine soul power to find the core of the ominous beasts. With one sword strike, it destroyed the core with absolute power. The core of the ominous beasts was the hardest part of their bodies. It was difficult to destroy it. However, under the evil dragon's sword strike, more than a dozen ominous beasts of the ominous beasts of the ominous beasts were shattered. Why aren't you absorbing it? Lin Jintong. Yes. Lin Ziki's eyes burned with passion. She was shocked by the power of her father's sword. She secretly thought that one day she would also be able to possess such tyrannical strength. Lin Ziki circulated his cultivation art, and instantly a suction force appeared. The formless but pure energy of his heart core was drawn in like a bird returning to its nest. It entered Lin Ziki's body and was absorbed by him. He did not need to spend any effort to refine the pure energy of the core. He only needed to circulate it through his meridians once before it was converted into sword origin and merged with his own sword origin, increasing the amount of sword origin. Lin Ziki's aura had clearly become stronger after absorbing only a dozen core energies. That's right. This was the reason why one's strength would increase significantly after entering the Black God Secret Realm. By killing a mystic realm beast and breaking its core, one would be able to absorb the power of the core and convert it into sword essence without any side effects, thus increasing the amount of sword essence one possessed. In other words, as long as one's cultivation base was high enough, one could slaughter the ferocious demons in the Dark God's secret realm to obtain the power of the heart core and increase one's cultivation base. Of course, if one's cultivation base was not high enough, facing the ferocious demons in the Dark God's secret realm would only result in death. Take Lin Ziki, for example. Although his cultivation base had increased over the past 10 years, and he had reached the middle level of the 7-star saint level, he was still unable to withstand the attack from the heart core and would have been torn to pieces in an instant. This was also the reason why Lin Jintong had spent a lot of money to get himself a spot to enter the Black God's secret realm with his only son. To him, the Black God's secret realm had no effect on his cultivation base because his cultivation base had already reached the pinnacle of the 9-star saint level. The only way to increase his cultivation base was to make a breakthrough. However, above the pinnacle of the 9-star saint level were the peerless experts. It was extremely difficult to make a breakthrough. Since ancient times, countless geniuses had been stuck at the pinnacle of the 9-star saint level and were unable to make a breakthrough. Lin Jintong's strength was tyrannical, far surpassing the average 9-star saint level expert. He was a super expert of the dark star level. His goal was to help his only son increase his cultivation base in the shortest time possible, without any side effects. As his cultivation base increased, his strength would naturally follow. One had to admit that Lin Jintong cared deeply for Lin Ziki. The energy of the 4 cores was absorbed into his body and instantly converted into the divine, desolate sword essence. Chu Mu could feel the amount of divine, desolate sword essence in his body increasing slightly. The divine, desolate sword essence was an extremely high-quality energy. Therefore, it required more core energy to be converted. Of course, it was also because the energy of the 4 cores came from the Iron Horn ominous demon. If it was a higher-level ominous demon, the quality of the core energy would naturally be higher. As expected, my cultivation base will increase significantly here. At that time, my strength. Chu Mu's eyes shone brightly as he looked into the distance. Hope. He saw a hope, a very big hope. After entering the land of exile, it was extremely difficult to obtain the strength of a peerless expert within 30 years. One had to know that when Chu Mu first entered the land of exile, his cultivation base was only at the early 4th heavenly layer of the Aeon. And with the change in his Dantian, in addition to the high quality of the divine wilderness sword essence, increasing his cultivation level was several times or even 10 times more difficult than most cultivators. This meant that to increase his cultivation level, the amount of heaven-earth yuan qi he needed to absorb would be several times or even 10 times more than other cultivators. He had set a goal for himself to reach the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Aeon within 30 years. Now he saw hope. The Black God secret realm would only be open for a short period of a month. In this 1 month, he had to kill as many ominous demons as he could to absorb the energy of the cores. Ha 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 ha. The Black God secret realm is indeed a good place. An 8-star saint level genius laughed heartily as he slashed out with his sword. He killed all the ominous demons in the secret realm and absorbed the energy of the cores. Suddenly, a silver-white beam of light shot over from afar. It pierced through the void like an aurora and tore the sky apart. This 8-star saint rank prodigy had only just realized this, and before he could even react, the silver-white beam of light had already pierced through his head and pierced through his primordial spirit, causing his consciousness to dissipate. His face was still laughing, but his eyes were filled with fear and confusion. Shortly after, a 3-meter-tall demon with a silver-white horn appeared. It stretched out its sharp claws and tore the genius's body apart. It grabbed his yuan-shin and swallowed it. When humans entered the Black God's secret realm, they killed the ominous demons in the secret realm to absorb the energy of the cores. Similarly, the ominous demons could also kill humans and consume their yuan-shin to increase their strength. It was a mutual process. The key to who killed who depended on strength. Children, follow me. The hunting season that occurs once in 1,000 years has begun. After the silver-horned ominous demon swallowed the yuan-shin, its aura fluctuated and it seemed to have become stronger. With a strange roar, more ominous demons appeared and howled. The ominous demons of the Black God's secret realm seemed to have gotten used to the hunting season that occurred once in 1,000 years. It was also the time when a portion of the ominous demons' strength increased. Seize the opportunity, and obtain the opportunity to become stronger. With the sword in his hand, a beam of sword light shot into the sky. The fiery red sword light was sharp, but it was not straight. Instead, it zigzagged and jumped, piercing through the bodies of the ominous demons. There were a total of 5 ominous demons. 1 was a copper-horned ominous demon, and 4 were iron-horned ominous demons. All of them had their cores pierced through and died under the sword. The divine, desolate sword art was activated. Under the suction force, the pure energy of the 5 cores was absorbed and refined into sword energy. On the 5th day of entering the Black God's secret realm, Chu Mu had also found a better way to kill the ominous demons. Therefore, the sword light zigzagged and pierced through the ominous demons. Even though the ominous demons of the Black God's secret realm had a strong physique and shocking defensive power, Chu Mu's sword light could still easily pierce through them, absorbing the energy of the cores. Suddenly, the divine desolate sword essence in his dantian trembled slightly, and an even stronger aura spread out. His cultivation base had broken through. It had only taken him 5 days to reach the mid-stage of the 7th sky of Wangu from the early stage of the 7th sky of Wangu. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken Chu Mu at least 5 to 6 years to make such a small breakthrough. Naturally, his strength would also increase as his cultivation base increased. With this speed, I should be able to break through to the early stage of the 8th sky of Wangu in a month's time. Chu Mu thought to himself, now that he couldn't use his sword essence, his strength would drop by a level. However, the increase in his cultivation base would more or less make up for the drop in his strength. If he had the cultivation base of the early stage of the 8th sky of Wangu, even if he couldn't use his sword essence, Chu Mu was confident that he could easily kill an ordinary 9-star saint. He might even be able to rival a dark star sword saint. However, he couldn't be sure as he hadn't reached that level yet. However, in 5 days, his cultivation base had increased by a small level. Chu Mu's heart was filled with fighting spirit and motivation. Battles and killings were taking place everywhere. Humans killed demons and demons killed demons. The Black God's secret realm was the ominous demons' territory and world. Here, the ominous demons had an obvious geographical advantage and were in large numbers. Humans had both disadvantages and advantages. The humans who entered the secret realm were all geniuses. True geniuses had the strength to fight across realms. Therefore, no matter how many iron horn ominous demons there were, they couldn't do anything to them. Only those who had reached the level of the copper horn ominous demons could pose a threat to them. However, in any case, they had encountered great opportunities while walking the line between life and death.